정도 늦는다고 하셔가지고 기다렸다가 5분 정도 기다렸다가 시작하려고 합니다. 괜찮을까요? 네. 여러분,
기부야 하자 자유 찾으러 다행히도 나기 절반에 아침밭길 걷만 해도 나는 갈 테야 푸른 하늘 얼굴로 찾아뵙다
We assembled here.
안녕하세요, 여러분.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for gathering here from the early morning.
지금 먼저 앞에 통역기가 있습니다.
So we have
보이시죠?
the interpretation device on the desk. So
interpretation device on your desk 있어서 요거 먼저 말씀을 드리고 오늘 진행 순서 말씀드릴게요. 네. 그 앞쪽에 이렇게 생긴 앞쪽에 전원 버튼 있습니다. If you see the front side, you can find the turn on and turn off button. 네, 보이시죠? 켜시고 그리고 이어폰 연결해 주시고 you can connect the earphone. 그리고 네. 앞쪽을 보고 왼쪽에 채널이 있습니다. 오른쪽에. If you see the right side, you can set the channel. 그래서 한국어를 듣고 싶은 분은 1번 채널을 맞춰주시고요. So if you 2번이요. If you need Korean interpretation, you can choose number 2. 2번 채널이 한국어고요. 영어 통역이 필요하신 분, if you need the English interpretation, 채널 3. You can set number like channel 3. 네. 그리고 왼쪽에 보시면 네, 이제 볼륨을 조절할 수 있습니다. If you see the left side, you can volume up and down. 네, 한번 테스트를 해보려고 합니다. 먼저 한국어를 테스트해 볼게요. 네, 제가 영어로 얘기하면 한국어가 잘 들리시는지 한번 테스트해 보겠습니다. 잘 들리시면
네, 지금 한국어 채널 테스트하는 중입니다. 혹시 들리면은
잘 들리시면 이렇게
네.
손으로 그려주세요.
이거 채널 그냥 그대로 하시면
그냥 그대로
checking the English Korean interpretation. So if you can hear Korean well, make a O sign on with your hand. 네, 잘 되는 것 같죠? 네, 이번에는 영어가 잘 되는지 한번.
Then next we will test the English channel. So if you can hear my sound, please raise your hand.
잘 들리십니까?
Please raise your hand. Thank you very much.
통역이 잘 되고
있습니까? 네. 지금 해외 연사분들이 막 들어오고 계셔서 so our speakers from abroad, please come front. We are empty seat over here. So most of you are presenters, so please come front and take a seat. And yeah. 네. And you can find the interpretation device on your desk. And already interpretation, so you can set channel 3. 네, channel 3 for English. 네, 준비가 된 것 같아서 다시 한번 인사드리겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
We're ready. Good morning, everyone.
네, 아침이라 아직 이렇게 목소리가 잘 안 나오시죠?
I guess
다시 한번 힘차게
we're in a low energy because,
안녕하세요.
yeah.
네, 2025 APEC
Welcome to
조직위원회
the International People's Conference organized by the International People's Response Against APEC 2025. My name is Jung-eun Hwang, General Secretary of the International Strategy Center and the co-chair of the Organizing Committee for the International People's Response Against APEC. For today's conference, we are going to talk about the globalization, Trump's tariff war, multipolarization, and new Cold War that we face today. And we're going to discuss some alternatives to build an economy for all, not for the capital or the advanced countries. I believe that many of us have a common thoughts on the society. However, we might have some differences regarding the alternatives and the solutions. So I hope that we can discuss who are our enemies and how we can fight against those enemies. So before we start the conference, I would like to make some announcements. I already explained how to use the translation device, so I'll skip that. And for those participating from Zoom, you can select the language channel using the globe icon. So please select the preferred language you want to hear. Also, this conference will be interpreted simultaneously and also streamed via Zoom and YouTube in 2 languages, which is in English and Korean. So we might have some technical difficulties. So despite the conference team had simulated multiple times, we might face some errors or technical difficulties leading to the suspension of the presentation. So please stay calm and believe in the team so that they can resolve any issues that might arise.
I have one request. The panelists and the presenters, I'd like to request this of you.
For those who just arrived, you can find your interpretation device.
If you need English interpretation, please set channel 3.
Our conference today will go from 10 to 6. There are 3 sessions, and there's a lot of information that we want to share, so it's a very tight schedule. There are people who are participating in person, but there are also people participating from different time zones online. It's a very long conference, so if we go over the presentation time, then it can lead to delays in the overall schedule. So please keep to the time limits. So presenters, please keep to 15 minutes, and the panelists, please keep your remarks to 7 minutes. And lastly, one announcement. The panelists and presenters will sit in the front, but the beam projector light is quite strong. So as you can see on the right side of the screen is quite small because we decreased the screen so the light's not too bright for the presenters. So please, we ask for your understanding in that matter. I will go over our schedule today before we get started. Like we mentioned, there are 3 sessions in the conference today. We're doing the opening address right now, and then at 10:20.
조정이 되긴 할 텐데요.
Maybe a little bit later until 12, we'll have the first session, Globalization, Trump's Tariff War, and APEC.
세션이 진행되고요. 점심시간은 12시부터
Lunch will be from 12 to 1:20.
요 근처에서 점심을 드시고 이 세션에 참석하시는 분들은
So you can eat lunch nearby, and people participating in the next panel, if you could come 10 minutes before the start of the panel, that would be great. The next session will be from 1:20 to 3:10, Multipolarity, the New Cold War, and Neo-Fascism.
마지막 잠시 30분 쉬었다가
We'll have a 30-minute break,
3시 40분
and then starting from 3:40 until 5:45, we'll have our third session, Alternative Social Movements and Progressive Parties.
모든 세션은 해외 연사의 발제 그리고
So all the sessions will have presenters from activists abroad, we'll have panelists here from Korea, and then we'll have Q&A from the participants here in person.
그럼 오늘 컨퍼런스를 힘차게 시작하기 위해서
So we can start our
위원회는
conference with a lot of energy.
투쟁 첨가당과 함께
We went to Gyeongju yesterday to protest APEC, so let's shout some of the slogans that we shouted yesterday to start us off today.
여러분들의 책상 위에
On the desk in front of you, we have our protest placards, so you can see the slogans on there.
보이시죠? 네. 그래서 이 피켓에 있는 구호를 다 같이 힘차게 아직 이렇게 목소리가 안 트이셨을 텐데
Your voices are probably not warmed up yet since it's early in the morning, but let's warm up our voices by shouting these slogans. And in the opening ceremony, we'll also shout some slogans. So think of this as practice. So first, we'll shout the Korean slogan.
네, 준비되셨습니까? 네. 제가 외치면 뒤에 문구를 3번 외쳐주시면
So you just need to repeat the last three
할게요.
syllables in the Korean.
네, 두 번째, 네, 영어 구호도 한번 외쳐볼게요. No king Trump's not welcome. 네, 아직 목이 잘 안 트이신 것 같아서 빨간색
So I think we're not warmed up yet, so let's chant
외쳐보도록 할게요.
the slogans on the red side as well, the other side of the placard.
준비되셨습니까?
Are you ready?
목도 한번 풀어주시고
Let's clear your throats, warm up.
1%만의 번영을 위한 APEC에 반대한다. 네, 영어로는 저도 약간 아직 낯설어서 한번 도전해 보도록 하겠습니다.
I'm also still unfamiliar with the English slogan.
1%. 네. 일단 목은 푸신 것 같으니까.
So I think we were able to warm up, so let's continue.
이제 개회식에도 같이 외쳐주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
So please chant them in the opening ceremony as well.
네. 지금부터 시작하면서 이번 컨퍼런스 성사를 위해
So now we will start. So we will hear some greetings from the people who have helped organize the conference.
먼저 이번 국제민주행동을 위해 준비 단계부터 많은 지원을 해주신
First, we will hear from the International People's Assembly Asia Chair Atul Chandra, who has helped us from the very beginning stages. We will now hear from them.
Thank you so much. Good morning, comrades. Very happy to see all of you. As International People's Assembly, I take this opportunity to invite and welcome everyone, all our delegates from different countries, our friends here in Korea, from different movements, different organizations who are here to participate in this conference. Very happy to actually welcome all of you here. Comrades, we all know that we gather today not as an echo in the APEC summit, but as its conscience. We are here to insist that any conversation about Asia Pacific economies must begin with the people who make those economies run. The workers who keep our cities moving, the farmers and the people who feed us, the women whose paid and unpaid labor sustains the society, the students who imagines tomorrow, the migrants who cross borders to care and build, and the communities on the front line of climate breakdown. Let me start with a simple proposition, comrades. The world is shifting. We all know that. We are living through the emergence of a multipolar order, but multipolarity is not a trophy. To put it on a shelf, it is a project in motion. It is a path, in our opinion, and not a destination. Whether it becomes doorway to dignity or just a reshuffling of elites depends on what we do here together now. This APEC summit, the people's response to APEC, itself is a forum for, I would say, the main APEC summit which we are seeing, which is ongoing right now. It's talk about that it's for prosperity. Prosperity without justice, comrades, is just another arithmetic. I mean, what do we get from that? If this Asia Pacific prosperity is not measured, in my opinion, and in our opinion, in living wages, in safe workplaces, in public health and education, in clean air and water, and in housing, you can actually afford, in the time to care and to be cared for, then it is not prosperity at all. It is extraction with better branding. We all have been seeing that. So how do we make this multipolar moment serve many rather than the few, which of course are present on the other side in this country? I offer my request to all the delegates who are here that they will be sort of helping us understand more. They will be helping us to bring their examples from their different countries, from Korea, to understand these dilemmas which we are undergoing, to sort of look for answers, to look for people's response, to look for what our demand should be for the public, for the people of these countries, to sort of take our challenges forward and to actually get the rightful share, which is ours, which is based on our labor. So, having said that, I would again thanks our comrades here in ISC, a lot of other organizations which have come together to actually have this conference here in Seoul. Thank you so much for having me and my fellow comrades who are here and my friends. I again take this opportunity to welcome all of you and look for a very interesting day of sincere dialogue and an agenda which we can bring to the table and place it to the different movements across the Asia Pacific economies and the state. Thank you so much, comrades.
네, 오늘 이
자리에 초청해서 오신 해외 연사분들은
So our speakers from abroad who were invited here wouldn't have been able to join us without the support of the International People's Assembly Asia, so thank you.
네, 오늘 다음으로 오늘 이 자리를 또 지원해 주시기 위해서 오신
So next, we have Kim Jin-uk's Seoul Regional Chair of KCTU. Please give a round of applause.
예, 각국에서 오신 동지들 반갑습니다.
It's great to see you, comrades from all around the world. We are against Trump, we are against APEC, but beyond just this opposition, what is the alternative world? And that's what we've come here to discuss today. So I would like to welcome all of you. I want to ask you this question.
지금 어디에 서 있는가?
Where are we right now, and where are we going?
지난 40년 가까이
Over the last 40 years,
전 세계를 휩쓸었습니다.
neoliberalism has swept our world.
탐욕을 극대화했습니다.
It has maximized and increased greed and the freedom of capital, but has destroyed the people's lives. Poor working conditions, low wages, and unstable jobs have been the reality. They've stolen our food sovereignty and have exploited farmers.
이윤 대상이 되었고
Education, medical services, energy, and even housing have become a source of profit. And an emphasis on infinite growth and consumption has worsened environmental destruction and climate change. Poverty, inequality, war, violence, etc. have been the results. In this era of neoliberalism and capitalism, in capital, Trump's exploitative neoliberalism has come to the fore. Trump has a US first perspective, and he has emphasized US investment in the US and tariffs. This has led to decreasing workers' rights and worsened climate change. So this inequality and instability has been spread to people all around the world. It's a new form of exploitative neoliberalism. It's a worsened and more severe violence and ambition and greed. So we're against APEC, we're against Trump, and we're doing this international movement here. So all of you comrades from around the world, you have been fighting against neoliberalism, and you will continue to do so. Farmers, people living in poverty, women, minorities, people's lives, you will continue to fight for their rights. Climate justice, human rights, universal rights, you will fight for these as well. Medical, housing, energy, these universal values, you will struggle to advance these rights. You're against war, and you will do actions against peace. I know that these actions will continue. Is a new world possible beyond neoliberalism? Anti-imperialism, a peaceful world. Are these just illusions that we cannot actually achieve? Dreams have to be dreamed to be realized. They have to be desperate in order for us to reach them. The old thing is dying, but the new world is not yet here. So we need to plan and provide alternatives to make that dream a possibility. We must act all around the world so that our dreams can become a reality. Workers of the world, unite. Stand in solidarity and work together. Working together is what will make this possible. Let's join together. Let's be in solidarity. Let's do joint action. All of the comrades here gathered today are very precious. You know this, right? These are very precious connections. Please stay healthy, and let's work hard and rely on each other and encourage each other to build a new world. Thank you very much. So from the beginning stages, and please do not be taken aback by what's happening in the front, but yes, from the beginning stages until today, many people's help has been given, and that's made this conference possible. So before we start our first performance, this is the last thing we'll be doing for our opening ceremony. So in order to share the goal of our conference today, we've prepared a small performance. This is an interactive performance, so please participate. So when the people in the front shout out slogans or things, please shout with them. If they sing a song, please sing along with them. So we will begin the performance. Please give a round of applause.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Trump Trump must end its tariff war. Workers of the world unite. Stop the tariffs that crush our agriculture. Let's fight with the strength of our farmers. We condemn Trump and his sexist comments. Let's change the world through women's solidarity. Stop Trump's destruction of the world through his greed. Arrest Trump. Against Trump, against APEC.
네. 아시는 분들은 같이 노래를 불러주시면서 지금 막말을 일삼고 세계를 향해 관세 전쟁을 벌이는 트럼프를 체포하고 있습니다. 민중의 힘으로 체포하고 있습니다. 자, 앞으로 나와서 트럼프 체포를 함께 해주시면 좋겠습니다. 네, 구호 외치면서 함께 나와주세요. 아펙 반대, 트럼프
So
반대.
by chanting together, please come forward. Please chanting together.
Actually, arrest the Trump.
같이 구호 한번 외쳐보겠습니다. 아펙 반대, 트럼프 반대.
Together. Please come forward.
네.
한 분도 빠짐없이
같이 트럼프 체포에 함께 해주시면
Please.
좋겠습니다.
Be together to arrest Trump.
잠시 그대로
So please stand.
네. 막말을 일삼고 세계를 향해 경제 전쟁을 벌이는
So the
트럼프를
Trump
함께
is now raising a war against the world, and then we need to arrest him
이번에는 마지막으로 이제
with other people. Now take a group together.
나오나요?
Please stay closer, stay closer, stay closer.
유나이티드.
So be united.
보여주세요.
Stay closer.
그룹 포토. 네. 네. 지금 다 나오나요?
Photo together.
네. 괜찮아요?
You need to be stayed closer to
기념사진을 두 번 찍으려고 합니다.
be taken.
네,
And
두 번 찍으려고 하고 저희가 구호를 외치면서 같이 찍어볼게요.
so let's take a
네.
chant slogan
준비됐습니다.
together.
첫 번째 구호입니다.
The first slogan
트럼프
against Trump or against Trump.
자, 다시 해볼게요. 자, 첫 번째 아펙
반대한다.
네. 네, 다 나왔고. 네, 자, 그러면 첫 번째 초록색, 아니다, 빨간색을 보여주세요. 빨간색,
Show the red
네, 빨간색을 보여주시고요.
빨간색을 보여주시고요. 네, 한 번 더 하겠습니다. 네, 1%만의 번영, 아펙에 반대한다. 투쟁. 네, 피켓을 바꿔주시고요. 초록색. 네, 피켓을 돌려주시고요. Can you turn? 네, 네, green. 이번엔 준비되십니까? 민주주의 파괴하는 트럼프에 반대한다. 네, 감사합니다. 다시 자리로. 네.
Take a seat again. Thank you.
네. 네. 이제 목소리 좀 튀어놓고
So now it's the time to commence the today's conference at a full week.
시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 지금부터
So from now on, we'd like
첫
to
번째 세션을 시작해 보도록
begin,
하겠습니다.
start the first session of this conference. The moderator is Ka Hyun-ba from the Seoul Regional Universities Association.
네, 첫 번째 세션을 진행해 주실 분이고요.
And she is the moderator of this first session. And then we have three speakers,
마이클 예약 쿠마르,
Solung-Sane and Michael Zeya Kumar. Please come forward and take a seat.
네, 그럼 저는
And now I'd like to invite panelists Kim Sun-hyo from KCTU
전국 농민의 총연맹 강원도
and
연맹의
Kim Deok-soo from Korea Peasants League and Kim Jong-min from Together Seoul. They are three panelists. Please give them a round of applause. Now I'd like to turn my microphone to the moderator of this first session, Ka Hyun-ba. Good morning, brothers and sisters. I'm really happy to be here with you at this international conference against APEC and then against Trump, and I'm Ka Hyun-ba. And the first session is, the theme is that the globalization and Trump's Tariff war and APEC. As you know well, the neoliberalism is promoting the global order, focusing on the capitalist, and then today, this year, the Trump declared the Tariff war, and then he focused on the protectionism, but that is also destroying the life of the people in the world. And at this session, we will talk about the structural issues and the solutions on this neoliberalism and tariff war conducted by Trump, and then how to solve it we'll talk about, and also the APEC talk about the AI and also other global issues, and to overcome these problems, what kind of things are required, and those kind of things we will talk. And we have three speakers. The first speaker is Walden Barrow from Global South, and he is joining online from Philippines. And the topic is that deglobalization is going toward left and right. So he will analyze and then diagnose the problems of this deglobalization, and he will present for about 15 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. If it's okay, then I can begin. Thank you very much to all of you there, especially the organizers. And I'm really sorry I can't be with you, but I'm very happy to be with you online. In the 1990s, we were told that we were entering an era known as globalization, that owing to free trade and unobstructed capital flows in a borderless global economy would lead to the best of all possible worlds. Most of the West's economic, political, and intellectual elites bought into this vision. I still remember how the venerable Thomas Friedman of the New York Times lampooned those of us who resisted this vision as, quote, flat earthers, unquote, or believers in a flat earth. I still recall the equally venerable Economist magazine singling me out as coining the word deglobalization, not with the aim of hailing me as a prophet, but as a fool preaching a return to a Jurassic past. The Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, was one of the institutions created at that moment in time to provide the political canopy for the new economic order, along with the World Trade Organization, International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank. 30 years on, this flat earther takes no pride in having discerned the contours of the mess we are in, to which unfettered globalization has been a central contributor. The highest rates of inequality in decades, growing poverty in both the global north and the global south, deindustrialization in the United States and many other countries, massive indebtedness of consumers in the global north and whole countries in the global south, financial crisis after financial crisis, the rise of the far right, and intensifying geopolitical conflict. Globalization did not lead to a new world order, but to the brave new world. Let me present three snapshots of that era of globalization that we are now living. Snapshot number one. Apple was one of the main beneficiaries of globalization. Apple led the escape away from the confines of the national economy to create global supply chains propped up by cheap labor. Let me quote the New York Times in this regard, and I quote, Apple employs 43,000 people in the US and 20,000 overseas, a small fraction of the over 400,000 American workers at General Motors in the 1950s, or the hundreds of thousands at General Electric in the 1980s. Many more people work for Apple's contractors. An additional 700,000 people engineer, build, and assemble iPads, iPhones, and Apple's other products. But almost none of them work in the United States. Instead, they work for foreign companies in Asia, Europe, and elsewhere, factories that almost all electronics designers rely upon to build their wares, unquote. Apple, of course, was not alone in the drive to deindustrialize America. It was accompanied by fellow IT corporations, Microsoft, Intel, and NVIDIA, automakers GM, Ford, and Tesla, pharmaceutical giants Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer, and other leaders in other industries and services such as Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, Walmart, and Amazon, to name just a few. The favorite destination was China, where wages were 3 to 5% of wages of workers in the United States. The China shop, as they called it, is estimated conservatively to have led to the loss of 2.4 million US jobs. Employment in manufacturing dropped to 11.7 million in October 2009, a loss of 5.5 million or 32% of all manufacturing jobs since October 2000. The last time fewer than 12 million people worked in the manufacturing sector in the United States was before the Second World War in 1941. Snapshot number 2. The removal of the barriers to the free flow of capital globally led to the third world debt crisis in the early 1980s, which almost brought down Citibank and other US financial institutions, and the Asian financial crisis of 1997, which brought down the so-called Asian miracle economies, including Korea. Removing global capital controls was accompanied by the deregulation of the US financial system, which led to the creation of massive profit-making scams to the so-called magic of financial engineering, like the frenzied trading in subprime mortgages. Not only were millions bankrupted and lost their homes when the subprime securities were exposed as rotten, but the whole global system stood on the brink of collapse in 2008, and it was saved only by the bailout of US banks with US taxpayers' money to the tune of over $1 trillion. Snapshot number 3 is the famous French economist Thomas Piketty's summing up of the US economic tragedy of the first quarter of the 21st century. And I quote, "I want to stress that the word collapse is no exaggeration. The bottom 50% of the income distribution claimed around 20% of national income from 1950 to 1980, but that share has been divided almost in half, falling to just 12% in 2010 to 2015. The top centile share has moved in the opposite direction, from barely 10% to more than 20%, unquote. Accompanying this massive increase in inequality in the US has been an increase in poverty. Globally, according to available data, since the financial crisis of 2007-2008, wealth inequality has risen, so that now the top 1% owns half of the world's total household wealth. Let me turn from this nostalgic recounting of the past and once more allow me to focus on our good friend Apple. It is now leading the so-called reshoring process. It has read the handwriting on the wall, and though this will negatively affect its bottom line and scramble its operations to protect the remainder of super profits, it is leading the relocation of its supply chains with a planned $600 billion investment in the manufacture within the US of its iPhone, iPad, MacBook, as well as in the fabrication of semiconductor chips. Boasting that Apple's manufacturing plants will create 450,000 jobs in the US, CEO Tim Cook admitted to being hostage to Trump's push to deglobalize the operations of American firms, saying, and I quote, "The president has said he wants more in the United States, so we want more in the United States," unquote. Where Apple goes, others follow. Among them, US chip makers Intel and Nvidia, automotive leader Tesla, and the pharmaceutical giant Johnson and Johnson. But American firms are not the only hostages to politics. Among the foreign firms that have bowed to Trump's ultra-protectionist push by unilateral tariff increases, by regionalizing or nationalizing their supply lines, are Hyundai Motors, Honda Motors, Samsung Electronics, Taiwanese chip maker TSMC, and pharmaceutical firm Sanofi. While reshoring or relocation has proceeded by fits and starts over the last decade, under the first Trump administration and the Biden administration, it is likely to accelerate over the next few years despite constraints and inefficiencies as economic nationalism rises in the US and the West. The tremendous global anger and resentment at the dystopia to which corporate-driven globalization has led us is perhaps the biggest reason why deglobalization will be the trend for a long, long while. That rage first came from the left, which inflicted a reversal from which corporate-driven globalization never recovered during the historic Battle of Seattle in December 1999. But it was Donald Trump and other forces of the far right that successfully rode that anger to political triumph in the US and Europe in the coming decades. In other words, the politics of rage, not the economics of narrow efficiency in the service of corporate profitability, is now in command. In the US, globalization created two antagonistic communities, one that benefited from it due to their superior education and incomes, the other that suffered from it owing to their lack of both economic and educational advantages. The latter sector is the vast sector of the population that Hillary Clinton called, quote unquote, the deplorables, but is better known as the Make America Great Again folks, or the MAGA base. That community will not easily forget either the sufferings brought about by the deindustrialization spearheaded by Apple and other well-known TNCs, or the slights they endured from Hillary, whom they regard as being in the pocket of Wall Street. A second reason for the strength of the deglobalization wave is that the multilateral order that served as the political canopy or system of governance for free trade and unobstructed capital flows, that is, the WTO, World Bank, and the IMF, is on the brink of collapse. As for APEC, it is dead as an organization. Ironically, its purpose now appears to be a forum for Asia-Pacific governments to talk the Trump administration out of its anti-globalization track and declaration of trade war against its members. Third, national security, both economic security and military security, has displaced prosperity through trade and investment as the principal consideration in relations among countries. The issue is not the inevitability of deglobalization, but what form deglobalization will take. Deglobalization marked by ultra-protectionism in trade relations, unilateralism and isolationism in economic and military relations, and the creation of a domestic market geared principally towards the interests of the racial and ethnic majority is one way to deglobalize. That is indeed where Trump is leading the United States. But there's another way to deglobalize, the key elements of which I laid out in my book, Deglobalization, Ideas for a New World Economy 25 years ago. One, we do not demand a withdrawal into autarky, but continued participation in the international economy, but in a way that ensures that instead of swamping it, international market forces are harnessed to assist in building the capacity to sustain a vibrant domestic economy. And there are a number of other elements in this model of deglobalization that I will not get into right now, owing to purposes of time. So 25 years ago, we were promoting, and we continue to promote, a route of progressive deglobalization, one that avoids the extreme of the doctrinaire dystopia of corporate-driven globalization on the one hand, and on the other, savage unilateralism and protectionism like Trump. Had we taken this route, I dare say the chances are great that we would not be in the terrible mess the world is in today, with the threat not only of trade war, but of real war at its doorsteps. There's still time to take this route, but the window of opportunity is closing fast. I would like to end by telling this body that yesterday, as you all know, Trump received from Korean President Lee a replica of a royal crown from the Silla Kingdom, which existed from 57 BC to 935 AD. The original crown was found in a tomb in Gyeongju, the kingdom's capital. It is reported that Trump told Mr. Lee in response, "Thank you, but I want the original." Gangsters are never satisfied. You give them an inch, they'll want a foot. If you give them a foot, they'll want a mile. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 이제 트럼프와는 어떤 다른 방향에서의 또 이제
Thank you.
사회
We heard from Walden Bello that we need a deglobalization that's different from Trump's own deglobalization efforts. Next would be Solong Sanohe from the Unite Union from Lesotho. And he'll tell us what kind of lethal effect that Trump's tariffs have had on Lesotho and its industries. The presentation will last 15 minutes. You may begin, please.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and greetings to everybody in this room. First of all, I am Solon Senwe. I'm from Lesotho, representing the textile and garment workers in that country. Lesotho is a landlocked country entirely surrounded by South Africa. So this unique geographic has significant implication for Lesotho's economy, trade and mobility. For example, trade and transport. Lesotho relies heavily on South Africa infrastructure for access to the ports and international markets. And another example is that many Basotho work in South Africa, particularly in the mining and domestic sector. Lesotho also supply water to South Africa through the Lesotho Highland Water Project. Being landlocked, there are several economic implications for Lesotho as a country. Without direct access to the seaport, Lesotho becomes more expensive and logistical complex, as goods must pass through neighboring countries, primarily South Africa. This reliance increases transportation costs and can lead to delays, making exports less competitive and imports more costly. Landlocked countries also faces challenges in attracting foreign investment due to limited market access and infrastructure constraints. As a result, economic growth may be lower and development tends to focus on sectors such as agri, mining, or textile that are less reliant on global logistics. However, strategic opportunities can rise. For instance, Lesotho benefits economically from exporting water to South Africa through the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. On the role of the textile industry in Lesotho, Lesotho's textile and garment industry plays a critical role in its economy, especially as landlocked country. It is one of the largest employer. It is one of the largest employer in the country, providing jobs to tens of thousands, and primarily women and children and youth. The industry benefits from trade agreements like the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, which allows free trade export to the United States. This has made Lesotho a key supplier of garments to major US retailers. The African Growth and Opportunity Act has been a cornerstone of Lesotho's economic development for over 2 decades. It granted free duty-free access to the US market for eligible African countries, and Lesotho emerged as one of the biggest beneficiaries. The AGOA enabled Lesotho to establish a successful exporting trade and garment industry, creating thousands of jobs, particularly for women and youth, and significantly contributing to the country's GDP and foreign exchange earnings. Major US brands such as Levi's and Reebok sourced governments from Lesotho, making the sector a symbol of industrial progress and global integration. However, recent US tariff hike, initially set at 50% and later reduced to 15%, have severely disrupted this success. Importers canceled orders, factories lowered production, and later mass layoff followed. The government has declared a state of disaster, and unions are now mobilizing to demand the renewal of AGOA and reduction of tariffs. The closure of factories and disruption in Lesotho supply chain have had a profound impact on both internal and external migration, as thousands of workers, especially women, lost their jobs in urban industrial zones like our capital city, Maseru. Many are forced to return to the rural areas, increasing pressure on already tense local resources and informal economies. This internal migration often leads to overcrowding, reduced access to services, and heightened poverty. External economy desperation drives many to seek work in South Africa, particularly in the mining, domestic labor, and informal sector. This migration is often irregular, exposing individuals to exploitation, trafficking, and legal vulnerabilities. Additionally, the collapse of subcontractors and additional services linked to the textile industries, such as transportation, retail, and food vendors, deepens economic distress, prompting skilled workers and young people to leave the country in search of stability, contributing to growing brain drain and weakening Lesotho's recovery capacity. The other huge challenge for decades has been that Lesotho has been plagued by political instability, which has weakened its economy performance through unstable governments, frequent cabinet reshuffles, corruption, dysfunctional coalition, and the emergence of numerous political parties that evidently waste public funds and delay the achievement of national goals. This has led the country at the mercy of international entities for financial aid, thus jeopardizing Lesotho political sovereignty in various ways. As Thomas Sankara once said, "He who feeds you will control you." There has been times when the US government has pressed Lesotho into forcing certain policies, threatening to withdraw its trade agreements and financial aid if it fails to comply. According to 2019 migration stock, 342,580 Basotho migrated to other neighboring countries to seek employment opportunities. Most families in Lesotho are reported to be dependent on remittances, which mostly come from people living in South Africa. Furthermore, in 2020, Lesotho was one of the top 5 countries receiving remittances. it has been reported that around 135,000 people migrate and take up citizenship in other countries. Having the second highest dominance of HIV worldwide, it has been estimated that nearly 130,000 orphans in Lesotho have lost their parents to AIDS, HIV and AIDS. This has led to many families being headed by children. Most of them are living unstable environments due to the crisis, coupled with numerous other factors such as underemployed private sector and lack of economic and employment opportunities. Many girls and young women migrate from rural to urban areas in search of employment. It is here that most of them are tricked into false job offers, trapped in human trafficking syndicates and other forms of modern slavery. Characterized by extremely low wages, the garment and textile sector in Lesotho is the largest private employer, employing approximately 38,000 Basotho workers, of whom over 80% are women. Over the last 3 years, numerous economic crises has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, resulting in factory closures and layoffs. It is estimated that over 11,000 factory workers have lost their jobs. Not only has the pandemic pushed numerous workers deep into poverty, but it has also caused a tremendous loss to trade unions' finances due to the decline in membership in the textile sector. Lesotho is one of the countries faced with multiple conditions that exacerbate gender inequalities and women's vulnerabilities, as more women has been pushed back to the informal economy. In 2018, textile and garment workers waged a successful month-long strike, securing 37.4% wage increment. In 2021, the workers launched another strike, which resulted in 14% wage increment after the government failed to gazette the wage hike for the second consecutive year. Despite that big win for the workers, some indicators suggest that they are still living below the poverty line. It is surprising that Lesotho, despite Lesotho's economic integration with South Africa, workers in Lesotho are paid extremely low wages compared to those in South Africa, even in the same sector. For the successes that came with 2018 and 2021 demonstration, we are reminded that indeed freedom is not given but taken by force. Furthermore, we continue to learn that the current system, which is capital system, and its law has been designed to protect only the rich, not the poor. It is evident that the only solution to our contemporary struggle is the dictatorship of the masses, and that the only guiding tool for that call are Marxist socialist methodology and Marxist theory of the struggle. When the current Prime Minister was campaigning for election in 2022, he gave new hope to the working class, promising to eradicate poverty and promoting decent wage in the textile sector. However, the wage hike gazetted came as a shock, as it still left us below the poverty line. By enacting the 2023 labor bill, it was said that one of the objectives was to ensure compliance with fundamental principles and other relevant international instruments. Surprisingly, the bill has overlooked a couple of international instruments and professions, include full paid maternity leave for women working in the government sector. Yet those working in the public sector are given full salary. It is further stated in the new bill that when submitting wage proposal to the minister, among other factors, the wage bill will take into consideration the elevation of poverty and ILO convention. All previous administration, including the current one, have largely overlooked most international instruments related to development and human rights. In various ways, poverty and inequality are deepening. We are left with only 7 years towards the Agenda 2030, and yet there is no sign of achieving even one of the 17 sustainable development in Lesotho. It is impossible to achieve the mission of saving the world and combating inequality without engaging the working class with their diverse experiences and perspective in dialogue and consultation. After assuming office in 2022, the current Prime Minister invited different social partners to dialogue, but workers' organizations were denied an opportunity to voice their concern and interest. For us, this is another indicator of failed approach of inclusion. Therefore, we do not trust the voices of the poor will be incorporated in the development of policies. Unite recognize the abolition of this oppressive system is the only way to liberate the working class from the grip of imperialist powers. We are also recognizing that achieving gender equality is central to combating poverty and building peaceful, just societies. Having realized that women and young people were underrepresented in the union's processes, Unite has recently established the youth structure and women's structure to empower them, amplify their voices, and encourage them to participate in decisions that impact their lives. This approach coupled with capacity building and training will enable us to achieve gender parity in the union. It is our belief that by including all genders with their diverse perspective and lived experience through dialogue and collective bargaining, we will reach the goal of ending poverty, promoting prosperity, and combating all forms of discrimination and oppression for a better world. We believe that knowledge breeds interest. To develop their political consciousness and instill a sense of responsibility, Unite, in collaboration with Pan-African Today, has recently launched a political education for its members. We believe that education is one of the fundamental tools in the struggle for liberation. It is essential to educate masses about the history of our struggle and revolutionary theories so that they can fully understand their role in the struggle. Through the support of Solidarity Center in coalition with other trade unions and women's rights organizations, Unite has tirelessly campaigned for ratification of the fundamental ILO conventions and law reforms. Among our success is the submission of ratification instruments for ILO Convention 190 by the Lesotho government to the International Labour Organization. We are excited for this win, as it will not only eliminate and prevent gender-based violence and harassment in the government sector, but also it extends its protection to the informal sector, where there are no legal protection for the workers and women who are subjected to unsafe working conditions. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 국내적으로 빈곤을
Thank you for
강화.
your insightful presentations, and he shared his ideas on the Lesotho's government and the struggle against the Lesotho government, and also struggle against the imperialism. Shalom Senoi, thank you for your insightful presentation. Now I'd like to invite the next speaker, Michael Siakama Debaraj from Malaysia. He will talk about the globalization and Trump's tariff war and APEC 2025, and then he will share the alternative vision. So you are able to see some package. Please keep your presentation time 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Thank you, Comrade Park. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me from the Party Socialist Malaysia to come and share our thoughts with you. We are very honored by this invitation. So thank you to the International Strategy Center and to Tricontinental. Okay, next one, please. So in Malaysia, we were first, next, I could do myself, okay. How do I do this? Okay, in Malaysia, first Trump said in April, you'd get a 25% tariff. But finally, in August, it came to 19% tariff. Of course, our government doesn't like even 19% because exports are a very important part of Malaysian economy. We're very integrated to the world economy. Our exports make up 71% of our GDP in terms of value. And about 12, 13% of our exports go to the US. So of course, our government is very frightened by these figures. But actually, if you look at it, you know, our minimum wage in Malaysia is US $2 an hour. Compared to the average in US is US $12.50 an hour. Because in US, there is no uniform minimum wage. It's different in different states. In some states, it's as low as $8 an hour. Like in New York, in California, it's about $16 US dollars per hour. So in Malaysia, it's $2 an hour. So, you know, even if you put a 50% tariff, that's not going to make firms go back to the US. You know, it's still cheaper to pay your 50% tariff, produce cheaply in Malaysia and take the goods back. So the tariff alone is not going to make US firms or, you know, go back to the US. That's not the main issue. The problem is more this, because our competitors in Malaysia, the goods that we produce for the global chains in the US are Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam. And if our tariff rate is more than the tariff rate in the Philippines, for example, then the global chains may just procure their goods from the Philippines or from Vietnam. This would be the danger for us. If we are 19% and they're all also 19%, we still will not lose business. But if, let's say, Trump is annoyed with Malaysia and it puts us at the same rate as India or Brazil, 30% or 50%, and keeps Thailand at 19%, then we'll have a problem because the same goods can be procured from Thailand or from Vietnam. And then we will lose jobs, we lose orders. And, you know, some people wonder, why do our presidents go and, you know, give Trump such a red carpet welcome and, you know, make him feel like a real hero? And maybe one reason is they know that Trump is an idiot with a big ego, and they just want to butter up the ego so that their country isn't left out. Because, I mean, he can't hurt us by making companies reshore to US. but he can hurt us by making them procure from other of our competitors. So for my prime minister, he'll be worried. If he tells Trump, go ahead, I don't need you to come here, you're not wanted. That idiot can go and put a tariff of 30% or 40%. He's just out of the top of his head, right? Who he doesn't like, he just puts tariff. If you look at this one, for example, or Brazil, India, he puts a higher tariff, because they are part of BRICS, right? And he thinks BRICS is challenging the global order. So he puts a higher tariff. So he puts tariff like that on us. So maybe that's why some of our countries, our presidents and our prime ministers try and play up with him, yeah? Okay, but going back to the impact, see the impact that's going to have, tariffs are going to have on us is that we think that's going to cause a recession because the tariffs are going to raise the cost of goods in the US. So the US consumers cannot buy the same basket of goods because you're putting tariff on almost everyone, on your friends, on your enemies, on BRICS, so your prices of goods in the US are going to go up. But if the income of the consumer doesn't go up, they cannot buy the same basket of goods. They're going to buy 10% less or 15% less. And if they buy less, then the companies producing the goods, whether in the US or overseas, can't sell that many goods to the US, right? And then the supply chain also gets affected. And US GDP is what, 28 trillion now? Around that. That's something like 25% of the global GDP. So when a big economy cuts down its aggregate purchase by 10, 15%, it can actually destabilize the world economy and end up with a recession. And that is, I think, a worry that we all have to worry about because when recessions happen, then all of us are affected. And especially the poorer people and the poorer countries are even more affected. And that's something I think the progressive movements must fight in the individual countries to make sure that no one goes without food, no one gets evicted from their houses, no one goes without medication. I think we have to rally around that because I think it's a high chance that there'll be a recession. Okay, the next one I want to talk about is that, okay. I just want to say that we all are part of the third world, right? Korea, Malaysia, but even Lesotho. But we are not the same, The third world is very diverse. If you look at the GDP, for example, the per capita nominal GDP. See, South Korea, you're about 35,000, your GDP per person per year. Compared to Malaysia, is 12,900 USD per year. Compared to Lesotho, is 974. So we talk of third world and we have solidarity, but you must realize that's a big disparity. And the poorer countries are more prone to end up without food, without medications. When there's a crisis, you can see that it's not only a question of numbers in terms of per capita. You look at the other figures, like under 5 mortality per 1,000 births. If you compare, South Korea 3, Malaysia 6.9, Lesotho 59. You look at maternal mortality, 8.4, 21, 478. So these are just simple figures, the figures of GDP and per capita GDP actually translates into quality of life, into life expectancy. So talking about third world solidarity, we've got to be aware of that. Okay, now coming back to the rules, okay, now you see, the thing is, there are people in Malaysia who want to go back to the previous system. We don't want all these Trump's tariffs and all that. We want the rules-based world order. But you must remember the rules-based world order for the last 40 years has grown the economy. Like in Malaysia, our economy in real terms went up about 24 times in the last 50 years. Country got very much richer. But that wealth wasn't shared with the people. So things like, so many Malaysians have to work more than 10 hours a day. We have stunting. 1/5 of the children below the age of 5 are below the 3rd percentile we have problems with jobs. A lot of graduates can't get jobs. There's no old age pension. It's mental epidemic. So all these problems are there. So we have growth, but no distribution. And this is the problem. 56% of the wealth produced, of the income of the country, goes to the top 10% and the companies. Only 28%, only half of that goes to the 90% of the people. So this is what we are highlighting to the people of Malaysia. If just 10% from the 56% is taken by the government and used for healthcare, used to bring a pension campaign, life can be so much better. We're not saying bankrupt the rich, not saying drive them out of business. We're just saying tax them a little bit more. And so we are arguing how that can be done. Like in Malaysia, the issue of, the issue is we are scared. If we raise our corporate taxes, the businesses will go to Thailand or go to Vietnam. But if we can talk of how the region as a whole can together raise taxes, because they can't run anywhere then. So we got to be a regional kind of response. I've explained that in my paper, but I think a lot of our fear of raising taxes, for example, or raising minimum wages is because we are scared that they'll run to our neighbor. But if we as a group together raise this income of our taxes, raise minimum wages together, then there's no comparative disadvantage. And actually it'll increase the domestic market, the aggregate market in Southeast Asia. We have a population of 680 million, double that of the US. If our people earn better, then our businesses can produce for them. We're not really dependent on the US and the EU market. So that's the kind of vision that we are trying to put forward to the people. If we have a more just economy, we had more income, the government had more money to spend, our aggregate demand is better, and companies in Southeast Asia have more business, they can employ more people. It's like a win-win situation. So the rules-based order we have had in the last 40 years has led to wage suppression in the third world. It's led to lower corporate taxes. It's led to a loss of sovereignty. We have got no control over capital. We are scared to raise taxes, And it's led to a fencing of the commons, I think technology, for example, is now owned by the richest company. And actually technology is actually something that belongs, it's part of the commons, it's been fenced up. Knowledge grows because of the activity of the whole of society. And for a company to say, I own it and I can use it to charge exorbitant rates, actually that's obscene, that's not ethical, The whole patent issues have got to be reviewed. It's just like before it's fenced up land, now they're fencing up knowledge. And so now even if you have a good inventor who independently in a small company develops a new technology, one of the big companies will pay and buy all the technology. And then they'll use it to market and they'll really drive up the prices and have a monopoly for 20 years. So it's part of fencing up the commons. We got to challenge this as well, develop our own local technology, I mean, like if Cuba can bring its own vaccines for COVID, why can't Southeast Asia? But we were buying vaccines from Pfizer. Why are we not making our own vaccines? We are 680, million people. Yeah. Okay. So I think it's important for the progressive groups, for the left, to put forward a new vision that the economy should be for providing goods and services for all. The economy must provide jobs for all, because you have goods and services but no income, you cannot buy those goods and services. And one way of getting jobs is to make sure that, with AI and robotics, you need less and less time to produce the same amount of goods. So one way of getting jobs is to reduce the number of working hours per week. Instead of working 10 hours per day, maybe we should only work 6 hours per day for 4 days in a week. So the work available is shared among everyone. But of course, the hourly rate of pay must go up. You cannot make people work less hours in a week and then pay them the same hourly rate. You must double or triple the hourly rate. That means the capitalists got to give up some of their profits. And we have more increased leisure. We have a more human society. We'll have less stress. We'll have less mental problems. We'll have a more humane society. And of course, democratization of the workplace. This is the image, this is the vision that the left have got to give. A vision that is positive, that is achievable without technology, and we should talk about that. You see, there are people, even my party, who are very angry with the system. And say, smash the state, smash the system. But let me tell you, in Malaysia, most people don't want you to smash anything, right? Because Malaysia, though there are problems, we are working long hours, we don't have old age pension, but still our life expectancy in Malaysia has gone up from 57 years at birth in 1960 to 75 now. Things have got better. You must remember that. Our people are living better now. Even though it's a capitalist system, it's neoliberal capitalism, there's pressures, things have got better. Our infant mortality has come down. Our maternal mortality was about 250 per 100,000 in 1960. Now it's about 25. We're not as good as Korea, but you got better. So if you go and say, I want to smash the state, that's good for anarchists. But if you want people to follow you, you've got to say, I'm going to go to a better society like this, and this is my roadmap. This is how I'm going to do it. And you don't have to starve. You don't have to build back from the Stone Age. We're going to modify. We as a socialist party can handle this capitalist economy better than the capitalist party. We will socialize production. We will take some of that wealth going to the rich. You'll have better health care. So we got to give a positive message, which is believable. And only then I think we can win people over. This is not new. What I'm saying is not new. That Samir Amin, he's been talking of, of delinking. The guy on the other side, maybe you do not know, that is Clive Thomas from Guyana, just talking about how poorer countries can develop, can spread their, so very good ideas. It's not something new. Of course, we're going to give memorandums to them, but we cannot expect this group to bring these new ideas. They're too much caught in the whole neoliberal thinking. They are still in that box. The left has got to try and take power in our countries. Giving memorandums and having demonstrations is good to educate the public. But you want to bring policies, you want to bring laws, we got to take over. I mean, we are very far from taking over in Malaysia, but that should be our aim, because we need the levers of government in our hand. We must try and take over. Last slide. Rosa Luxemburg is right. It's either socialism or barbarism. And I think it's important for the left to ask itself, why in this time of neoliberal attack for the last 30 years, where the people have been walloped by the system, and there's so much poverty and benefits given earlier have been taken back, how come we haven't got powerful movements to challenge the structure? Why is the right doing it? Why is Trump doing it? Why has Trump been able to get the anger of the American working class? And we in the left, so I think instead of blaming our people and saying, oh, the people are stupid, people don't know and all that, whether something we are doing is not there. Maybe you're not connecting properly. I think we should a little bit of self-reflection. Why can't we galvanize that anger? Why can't we use that anger? Why are we, on the back foot? So I think let's be self-critical as well. But the world is ours. The future is ours if we work right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insightful presentation. He delivered very strong messages. So now it's a time to take a discussions together. We have three panelists here. The first panelist is Kim Seung-hyo from the KCTU. So he will make discussions on how to resolve these kind of the problems. So the discussion, you have 7 minutes to talk.
Thank you for your presentations, comrades. Trump has imposed 25% tariff on Malaysia, 15% on Lesotho, and even tariffs on sparsely populated Pacific islands, while continuously adding new tariffs. And this undermines the employment and welfare in developing countries and contributes to a global economic downturn. But it's clear that opposition to American protectionism does not signify a desire to return to neoliberal globalization. This rules-based order led by WTO, IMF, and World Bank, transnational corporations secured monopolies and excessive profits through global value chains and intellectual property rights. But in developing countries, in order to attract foreign investments, engage in a race to the bottom, lowering corporate taxes and suppressing minimum wage. Therefore, opposing globalization, our stance does not advocate for Trump-style protectionism, but we endorse and agree with the alternative proposed 25 years ago by Walden Bellow. And this approach emphasizes market regulation prioritizing solidarity in communities grounded in democratic and rather than right-wing values. This aligns with the solidarity direction of the Korean Confederation of Trade Unions in South Korea as well. Over the past years of neoliberal globalization, conglomerates have strengthened their monopolies. And while we achieved growth, public services have been privatized and social inequality has deepened. And the farmer Lee Kyung-hae took his own life in the WTO conference in Mexico. And hundreds of Korean workers were arrested in the struggle against anti-globalization in 2005. KCTU opposes the Donald Trump's America First policy. Trump's tariffs disrupted the trade order and threatens national industries and jobs. KCTU seeks international relations based on solidarity and respect for each other's sovereignty. Against the US, we require solidarity across the entire world. Against inequality and poverty, regional trade relations must be strengthened, and the race to the bottom must be stopped. The APEC summit in Gyeongju centers on the liberalization of trade and investment. Since an APEC emphasizes free and fair, non-discriminatory and predictable trade environment, and its position could be seen as a passive critique of the US protectionism and tariffs. But APEC continues the practices of institutions like WTO and IMF. As such, the progressive alternative must ensure the improvements in public services like employment, healthcare, education, housing, care, and transportation for the people. The substantial portion of corporate profits must be distributed to the people of the region. Companies must expand stable, regular employment rather than precarious jobs, and respond to the climate crisis, eliminate tax evasion, and countries must raise corporate taxes. Instead of engaging in a race to the bottom, we need international solidarity for fair and mutually beneficial trade. In order to realize this goal, we need concrete alternatives and coordinated actions. Our capacity has been significantly weakened. The political parties and labor unions and civil society organizations must come together. In response to the APEC summit and to oppose the existing WTO practices of capital-centric trade order and the US tariffs that exploits and loot its allies, and against Trump's visit to South Korea and build practical international solidarity, let's unite together. Thank you. Let's move on to the next discussant. Next is Kim Dok-soo from the Korea Peasants League. He will discuss the impact of the Trump tariffs on Korean agriculture. Please begin.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. It's a great honor for me here to be with you today. I'm working at the Korean Peasants League, and also I live in Chuncheon City, Gangwon Province, a very small province in Korea. My name is Kim Dok-soo, and also I'm a farmer. So many times nowadays are talking about the global crisis and the climate crisis, and I think that the food is a very important issue for this climate crisis, and the food is essential to tackle this climate crisis. And recently, we are in a very difficult situation to overcome this climate crisis, but we farmers are united to protect and keep the agriculture in Korea. So I wanted to make a focus on that mindset of the farmers to keep agriculture in Korea. As you know well, in 1980s, Korean agriculture has been declined because of the government policies focusing on the economic development. And back then, the Korean government conducted a 5-year economic development plan. So, but to develop the economy, there are two prerequisites are required. One is for the high intensity labor force, and the other one is that the low wage workers. So that's why back then the very cheap agricultural products were required for economic development. So that's the very biggest factor, the highest factor to have a big impact on Korean agriculture. And after the Korean War in 1950s, the Korean economy has been devastated. And then back then, the USA provided the aid to Korea. And then this aid-based economy has been unfolded for about 25 years in Korea. And also to develop the economy, the Korean government conducted a Selmaul movement, which is a new community movement. And back then, so many people migrate from rural area to cities, for example, Seoul, Busan, and Incheon, and then they try to work in industrial complexes by migrating to big cities. Until 1960s, we had about more than 20 million farmers. However, in 1980s, we have just 10 million farmers, and after that, the farmers' number has decreased, and currently the farmers is just 1 million and 1.5 million, meaning that the farmers are disappearing. And during this period, for example, for the economic development, the population has increased, meaning that more products were required to feed the increasing population. So that's why the low price of the agricultural product were required. So in order to increase that the yield of the agriculture, fertilizers, chemicals were widely used. So thanks to these chemical fertilizers, the agricultural product, its yield has been increased very fast. However, the prices of the agricultural product is plummeted. And the second, Though Korea has conducted export-driven economy, and I think that agriculture is the biggest victim of this export-driven economy. For example, for the economic development, the economic pillar has shifted from primary economy to heavy industry, agricultural industry to heavy industry. So like Lesotho, the women's migrated from rural area to cities. But after that, the heavy industry has been developed. Men, especially young men, moved from rural area to cities to have a job. Heavy and chemical industries increase that reckless development without plan. So that's some kind of the policies that determining policies destroying the agriculture. And after that, we had a Uruguay round agreement, and then the market of the agricultural product was open, and it is a very big it played havoc on the agriculture in Korea. So in 1995, WTO was established, and in 2000s, the FTA was signed, forcing the food agricultural product market to open. So because of this kind of the government policies, the agriculture and the rural areas has been devastated. And in Korea, there are very regretting saying that that was that farmers that increased in proportion to the work. That means that if we work hard, we are able to pay the debt, but it was not true. So if we work hard, we had more debt. That's the problem. So there are three big problems in rural area. The first one is that we don't have no young farmers. So actually nowadays that the foreign workers work in agricultural field. And then second problem is that there is no baby in the rural area. That's the problem. And actually in my village, we don't have any newborn baby for a year. And the third problem is that, as I mentioned before, we don't have young farmers and we don't have babies born in the rural community. And that's why in rural community, we don't have a new school, we don't have a new infrastructures. So that's why the rural communities have been outdated. And also the per capita farmers has about 50 million won. However, among these 50 million won, just 10 million won comes from the agriculture. The other 40 million won comes from other activities to have money. So this kind of the neoliberalism has changed the agriculture in Korea from the size and the other perspectives. So the scale economy and also machinization, those kind of things have changed the Korean rural economy. So until now, the government has a focus on the monocrop farming. However, nowadays we try to find another solution and alternative, and then farmers started to work and to do the activities for food sovereignty. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your panelists. And now I would like to invite the last panelist. And the last panelist is Kim Jong-min from the Together Seoul. And then he will talk about problems of the capitalism.
We have to secure our lunch time, so I'll really try to fit everything in 7 minutes. So I'll summarize many of the things that are written in the discussion text. So we are being beaten brutally, and this describes the responses of each nation to the Trump's tariffs. And this Trump's tariffs is not simply actions of a deranged president. And it's a crisis of capitalism and neoliberalism, and it is a desperate attempt to overcome this crisis. The essence of neoliberalism is the military-industrial complex and the core monopoly capital reorganizing the planet. The monopoly capital of neoliberalism is a combination of the military-industrial complex and financial speculative finance capital. The neoliberalism emerged as a response to the crisis of the capitalism, which is the declining rate of profit. As the rate of profit fell for industrial capital, and as a result, capital sought new sources of profit, which were real estate and stock market. The real estate market was mostly controlled in many countries, but finance capital produced many derivative products, but these profits were not created by labor, but there were bubbles created based on the belief that in the future value will be created. And this bubble is very sensitive to even the slightest economic impact. The neoliberal the principles of Washington Consensus have been implemented across the world, and it's difficult for capital to find new places to exploit. Exploitation and expropriation, the space for exploitation have disappeared. The biggest impact to this crisis has emerged as well, which is the declining productivity of industrial capital. Capitalism has the internal contradiction of declining rate of profit. And to overcome this, it puts different capital to compete in order to increase productivity. But neoliberalism, in order to counter the declining rate of profit, shifted from industrial to finance capital, which led to the collapse of the industrial capital. This can be seen in the US Rust Belt. The US capital chose this road. Trump's second administration is based on the financial capital-centric neoliberalism, and it has contributed to the weakening of the industrial capital. But Trump's model is led by the military-industrial complex in order to recreate industrial capital within the United States. And it has weaponized tariffs in order to achieve this goal, by allowing tariff-free production within the US to concentrate production into the United States territory. In order to ensure the profitability of the military-industrial complex, it concentrates key resources like steel and semiconductor with its tariffs. And it coerces allies to increase military spending, thereby forcing them to buy US-made weapons. This Trump's economic war is trying to revive and sustain neoliberalism. We can see this, we can see the impact of the Trump's economic war beginning with African countries like we saw in Solon Sanoa's presentation, but this will continue to expand across Latin America and Asia, and it will eventually return as a crisis in the United States. And it will collapse the livelihood of the working people across the world and many oppressed peoples like women and persons with disabilities. Even so, many countries are helpless in the face of this Trump's tariff aggression. I think that is because progressive forces have collapsed in many countries. But in case of the last rise of neoliberalism, although in the beginning, the progressive forces were not able to present a meaningful defense, we saw international solidarity as we saw in the struggle, and we see a same kind of international solidarity right now as well. And I believe this is an opportunity for the progressive forces. Trump's economic war is a capital reorganizing the world, and it is destroying people's livelihood piece by piece. As such, the progressive forces cannot be isolated in each of our countries because the capital's aggression is so fast. We must muster a massive resistance across the world, and I think our action against APEC is an attempt and starting point of reviving this international solidarity and international resistance. With our International People's March against the leaders' performances and International People's Action against APEC Summit, it is a way to tell the world that there is an alternative and resistance. And against Trump and against neoliberalism, we must create a network of international solidarity. In addition, on January 20th, which would mark a year since Trump's inauguration, we must create international joint action. And we propose that we engage in further international solidarity action and to release a resolution at our People's Summit to decide and agree on this action to serve as hope for the future. Thank you. The discussion has been concluded. There have been some delays. We hope for your understanding. If there are any questions, we'll receive questions until 12:10. If you raise your hand, we'll provide the microphones.
말씀하고 싶으시다면 손을 들어주시면 됩니다. 만약에 질의가 따로 있지 않으시다면 저희 첫 번째 세션은 여기서 마무리하려고 합니다. 참여해주신 모든 분들 정말 수고하셨습니다.
So there are no further questions, so I'd like to wrap up the session. So the speakers and the panelists, so their speeches and discussions are so clear, so that's why no question, I believe. So as I already mentioned before, though we will have a lunch break together until 10:20. So if we have another schedule to have a lunch, but basically
봐준 곳이 있어서 안내를 드리겠습니다.
Now I'd like to inform the restaurant to have a lunch.
그래서 아까 말씀드렸던 대로
As I mentioned before, at 1:20,
세션을
we'll resume the second session. At 20, we will resume the second session. So 10 minutes before, meaning that at 10, you need to take a seat at 10. So now I'd like to wrap up the first session, the speakers and the panelists and the participants. Thank you. And then please leave the translation device on the table behind. Please, the translation device on the table behind.
Good. 참가자들이요. 네. 네, 약속한 1시 20분이 되었습니다.
It is now 1:20.
먼저 두 번째 세션
So we will
하영구 선생님
begin the second session. So Hoyong-gu, who will be leading the second session, please come to the stage. And our speakers, Vijay Prashad, Tings Chak, I think are still on their way. Corazon Fabros.
sit at our presenter for second session.
So please take a seat.
네, 하영 선생님 자리해 주시고요. 네, 토론자분들 안김정혜 선생님, 평화만든 여성의 안김정혜 선생님, 팔레스타인과 연대하는 한국
And we have Angim Chonghae from the Peace Booking Women's Organization, Dong Yang-ping from BDS Korea, and Myung-suk from Human Rights Network Param, who will be our panelists, our discussants, if they could come to the stage right now as well.
지금 첫 번째 세션부터
계속 이어서 참석하고 있는 분도 계실 테고.
So there are people here who were in the first session as well, and then also people who've just come right now for the second session. So at your table, there are interpretation receivers. If you don't have one, please raise your hand, and one of our staff members will come to assist you. Does everybody have an interpretation receiver? They're quite easy to use. Just turn it on with the button, and then Korean. For Korean, please go to channel Channel 2, and Channel 3 is for English.
If you're here from session 2, I hope you have interpretation device.
And if you need an English interpretation, you can set the channel 3. 네, 우리 발제하실 분 그리고 우리
온라인으로 접속하시는 분도 준비가.
So I believe our presenters are ready, both online and offline.
점심 드시고 오셔가지고 좀 졸릴 수
So
있으시죠?
you might be a bit sleepy after lunch,
아닌가 봐요. 죄송해요.
but it seems like you're very alert, which is great.
준비가 된 것 같아서 이제
I believe we are ready to start, so let's get going.
오늘 준비한 두 번째 세션은
Our second session today is about multipolarity, the new Cold War, and Neo-Fascism.
오늘 두 번째 세션 진행을 맡아주실 AWC 코리아의 허영구.
Our moderator is Hoyong-gu from AWC Korea.
네, 마이크를 진행자분께 넘기겠습니다.
예, 여러분 반갑습니다.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to meet you. I'm Hoyoung-gu. Multipolarity, the new Cold War, and Neo-Fascism is the topic for our session, our second session. Before we begin, I would like to introduce the members who are here from the Japanese branch of AWC. There are 6 of them with us here today. So we unfortunately don't have time to hear them speak, but I will introduce them briefly. AWC Japan was formed in 1992 and it's a peace organization. We have Takagawa Nobuo. If you could just raise your hand. Thank you very much. We have Nagaya Yukiko, Sakoda Hideomi, Nakamura Yoshio, the Secretariat of AWC Japan. And we have Takeda Yoshimi, who operates the Kyoto office, and Yamaguchi Takao as well, member of AWC. So we had 6 people come. So we're very grateful for your presence here today. As you can see from the title of our second session, we're moving from a unipolar world order to a multipolar world order. But Trump recently finished a summit with Xi Jinping, and I saw the news about this. And the US is exerting all its efforts to maintain its unipolar power and is using tariffs to do so. It's not. And Trump is going to Japan and Korea and trying to loot our countries. So neo-fascism and the new Cold War is rising in our country, in our world right now. But when it comes to workers' problems or inequality or discrimination, these problems still exist and are getting worse. So what we're here to discuss today is a just world, a world without discrimination, a world that looks out after workers' rights and workers' survival, a peaceful world without war. This is the world that we dream of as we participate in today's session. We have 4 presenters today. Vijay Prasad from Tricontinental Institute for Social Research, Corazon Fabros from the International Peace Bureau, Tings Chuck from the Global South Academic Forum, and Kathy Choi from Women Cross DMZ. And we have 3 presenters, An Kim Jong-ae from Women Making Peace, Tong Ya-ping from Urgent Action by South Korean Civil Society, and Myung-suk from Human Rights Network, Param. So first, we will hear from Vijay Prasad. 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here once again with the ISC. We always gather together to condemn something. So here we are condemning Trump. Trump is the easiest person in the world to condemn. It's much harder to condemn structures like imperialism and capitalism. But oh well, down with Trump. I've written a text which I'm going to read out. It'll help the translators, but I hope you have questions and we can then discuss and debate some of the issues, okay? But I'm going to follow the text. At the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Tianjin on 31st August of this year, China's Premier Xi Jinping unveiled the Global Governance Initiative to initiate a new global debate on the international order. These debates have been ongoing within the United Nations for the past quarter century, but it has not advanced very far. There is widespread agreement that the world order is fractured, even broken, but there is no unified space for a conversation to advance the problem of an unequal political and economic order in the world. The global north largely the United States and its European allies, has refused to allow any major reconsideration of the global order because this bloc has benefited by the current arrangements, which they now call the rules-based international order. Effectively, the rules which they wrote and which they benefit by. That is why there have been numerous calls for democratization of global governance coming not from Brussels or Washington, but from Beijing, New Delhi, and Brasilia. The Global Governance Initiative is one more of these initiatives. We are at an interesting inflection point in world history. The global north, led by the United States, has seen its power on the world stage decline, through what we call in our institute the Third Great Depression. And yet, the United States uses its two main forms of power over information and over war making to inflict pain on the world. Rather than allow for the democratization of the world order as a new mood comes in the global south, the United States prefers to impose a new Cold War on the world. Part 1, Third Great Depression. With the fall of the Soviet Union and the communist state system in Eastern Europe, the United States began to fashion itself as the supreme leader of the world with its European states as its subordinate allies. However, this unipolarity was never a reality because several states in the global south refused to accept this arrangement, and the United States began to call these states rogue states. The United States, nevertheless, extended its power both economically and politically. In economic terms, the United States drove an agenda in two directions. First, neoliberalism, to privatize its state functions, to allow its own property owners to be freed from taxation requirements and from holding their money in their domestic territory, and to commodify the vast areas of human life. The International Monetary Fund's Structural Adjustment Program from the 1980s had already begun this process of neoliberal adjustment in the third world. These policies now brought back into the Western states. That's the first element, neoliberalism. Second element, globalization. To outsource industry to areas where it was assumed that wages would remain low because workers would not be allowed to unionize and because the governments in the global south would be undermined by the International Monetary Funds into political subservience. The formation of the World Trade Organization in 1994 was to manage this process of globalization. So these were the two ways in which the United States drove an economic agenda, neoliberalism and globalization. The hollowing out of the public budgets and weakened rise of average wages in the global north created a simple mathematical problem. The arrogance of the United States raised expectations amongst its own people for their own lives. But low incomes in the United States prevented the realization of these aspirations. To cover the gap, the US banks provided unsustainable credit. This fiscal weakness was financed by the sale of treasury bonds to foreign investors, including to Chinese banks, which had started to accumulate surpluses because of the export of goods to the United States. So, the Chinese firms supplied cheap goods to the US middle class, who paid for it with credit borrowed partly from the Chinese banks. This was a totally unsustainable situation, and it began to crack in 2006 and 2007 with the collapse First, of badly financed housing loans, and then of over-leveraged banks. Recovery from the credit crisis came through massive influx of state-backed money. But this recovery did not lead to any fundamental economic change. Growth rates across the global north remained excruciatingly low, even today, near zero, buffeted furthermore by the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine. And by the way, South Korea has just agreed to deliver Trump over $300 billion, $200 billion in cash immediately. This was a mafia theft by the United States, and the South Korean president accepted it. It's a mafia theft of $200 billion to reduce tariffs. It's insane. And $150 billion to build a shipyard. And $20 billion a year. That means the extortion by the gangster will continue. It's not just $200 billion on the table now. $20 billion a year. That's extortion payments. South Korea has been extorted. It didn't get a trade agreement. It has agreed to extortion. Thank you, Democratic Party. Thank you very much. We call the period since 2009 the Third Great Depression. Business cycles are endemic to capitalism and usually result in a recession that lasts for a short period, after which market forces, with some help from government policy, usually initiate a new cycle of expansion. This is not so with Great Depressions, which last for much longer, at least a decade, if not several decades. They are necessarily international in character and require deep restructuring of the economic, political, and even the ideological and military spheres to resolve the contradictions that have given rise to profound disruptions. Great depressions have not occurred throughout the entire history of capitalism. Rather, they are the product of a certain historical stage of development of the capitalist mode of production. Hence, it can be said without hesitation that as capitalism progresses, economic crises become ever more severe and longer lasting. The first two were the Long Depression of 1873 to 1896, and then the Great Depression, 1929 to 1948. We are now in the period we call the Third Great Depression, and it still has not ended in the global north. Part 2, new mood in the global south. With the collapse of the credit system in the global north in 2007, the governments in the large global south states began to reassess their role as exporters to the global north. Malaysia's own trade deal with the United States is absurd. It's anachronistic, actually. In this section, we'll show that. The economies of countries such as China and India had been oriented toward the markets in the North Atlantic, which no longer seemed to have the demand for these goods. It was at this point that there was a fundamental reconsideration of the North-centric world economic order and a call amongst these states to increase South-South trade. The first indication of this shift was the call for a meeting of the locomotives of the South, Brazil, China, India, Russia, and South Africa, who fashioned themselves as the BRICS in 2009. The creation of the BRICS group was largely to facilitate greater trade amongst each other, rather than to make a direct challenge to the global political system. The BRICS group matured with each year, building greater confidence in the ability of these southern states to build institutions such as the New Development Bank or the BRICS Bank to advance greater trade integration across the global south. Increasing trade within the south was decisive in the 15 years since the credit crisis in the global north, increasing from 2.3 trillion in 2007 to 5.6 trillion in 2023. This South-South trade significantly overshadows North-North trade and North-South trade. The pivot of the trading regime away from the South to the North axis and to South-South was enhanced by several factors. First, the growth of China's attempt to create new markets through the Belt and Road Initiative. Second, the emergence of a haste to build regional markets during the COVID-19 pandemic. Third, the necessity to build new monetary arrangements for trade reconciliation due to increased US use of sanctions against countries of the global South. And fourth, the importance of new funding sources as global North credit markets dried up and as IMF restrictions began to chafe against the needs to solve basic problems of life in the poorer nations. Gradually, the quality of South-South trade increased to the point where the quality of Southern confidence in this trade over the need to export to the global North was established. Northern markets no longer appear as attractive as they once did in the first decade after the collapse of the USSR. The increased trade regime between the South created new material conditions for the exercise of sovereignty against the global North. This was tested during both the Ukraine war and the Israel genocide against Gaza. The global North insisted that the poorer nations condemn Russia and defend Israel, but on both counts, large sections of the global South uncharacteristically refused to be bullied by Washington and Brussels. This is what we call the new mood in the global South. It is not merely a mood generated by political expediency, but a mood enabled by the new material conditions of relative independence from Western bond markets and lenders. With the increased technological capacity of countries such as China, the need to rush to Silicon Valley or Germany for technological inputs is no longer so pressing for the global South. The Forum on Africa-China Cooperation, set up in 2000, took the unique position of putting at the center the industrialization of Africa at the 2015 summit. This promise has been followed up by arrangements for technology transfer and financing at concessionary rates, including $5 billion in free money. At the 2018 summit of this forum, Xi Jinping outlined the 5 no's. 1. Non-interference in development plans. 2. Non-interference in domestic affairs. 3. No imposition of China's will. 4. No political conditions to foreign aid. 5. No Chinese interest in investment and financing. This is a far cry from the IMF structural adjustment facility and its other packages with different names but similar conditions. Most of the global South understands that this new mood is merely the opening up of a new period and not itself indicative of a new structure for global relations. We are in the early days of this new mood, which is why ideas of multipolarity and so on are premature. Number 3, new Cold War. Unable to contest the emergence of the South as a major economic force, the global North has taken its 2 main resources of power to assert itself: control over information and control over warfare. It is through these mechanisms that the US and its allies have started a new Cold War against their near-peer rivals such as China and Russia. Attempts to weaken both countries through the use of Ukraine and Taiwan to provoke conflicts has only succeeded partly because these 2 countries, Russia and China, have increased their own relations during the past decade. The celebration in Beijing of the 80 years of defeat of fascism, with Russia's Vladimir Putin and China's Xi standing beside each other, is a testament to this friendship that unites Eurasia. US President Donald Trump's harsh tariff on India to get it to cease purchase of Russian oil pushed Narendra Modi to come to the SCO meeting in Tianjin and to meet both Xi and Putin. If tensions decrease between China and India, This will only strengthen the process of regionalism in Eurasia through the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the grouping that represents half of the world's population. With the collapse of the USSR, the US believed it could use its military force to subordinate any rogue state. This led to war after war, from Afghanistan to Iraq and then to Latin America, to force adversaries to submit to US authority. The overextension of the US military, now spread over 900 foreign bases, and its inability to defeat the Taliban in Afghanistan showed that it is weak and is weakening further. The US military can destroy any country, but it cannot govern these countries. The protests against the French military bases in the Sahel region of Africa comes alongside this fundamental display of US weakness. That the Europeans have decided to abandon social welfare for warfare and to underwrite the US military project is a sign of European disorientation with the shifts in the world order. The US and Europe can create havoc around the world, but they cannot force the world to be subordinated. The bourgeoisie in the global north has become totally decadent, with no project of its own to satisfy the needs of its own people or of the world. And this applies to South Korea, or of the world, but simply tired rhetoric, rules-based international order. Ha! Incoherent rhetoric. At the same time, this global north bourgeoisie has become dangerous, willing to use military power, as with Venezuela, and even to sanction and back a genocide to remain an authority. We call this situation hyper-imperialism, where the global north bourgeoisie is willing to lie and to bomb to stay in power. By the way, the twin of APEC is RIMPAC, the Rim of the Pacific military exercises. And when we say no to APEC, we should be also at the same time saying no RIMPAC. Israel participates in RIMPAC alongside South Korea every year in Hawaii, every year. The global south barely, oh no, sorry, let me start that again. The global south broadly rejects war and austerity and embraces peace and development. The median age in many of its countries is extraordinarily low. It's 14 in Burkina Faso. That means half the population of Burkina Faso is under the age of 18. It's around 25 in Nepal. These young people want a future. They do not see it in the hypersonic cruise missiles of the United States, but they see it in the high-speed rail that is being produced in China and in India. The center of gravity has moved from north to south. Can the people of the global north come to terms with that? And are we ready as humans to embrace true democracy rather than allow the fumes of old imperialism to continue forever?
Thank you for your insightful presentation, and then he presented a very provocative address. Now I'd like to invite the next speaker, Corazon Pavlos. He will present for 15 minutes.
Well, it's always good to speak after VJ, and I might forget. He said about RIMPAC. Yeah, and there's other a big military exercise in Asia Pacific, and that's Talisman Saber, and this involves a lot more forces, which involves including the NATO forces. So friends from across Asia and other parts of the world, warm greetings of peace from the Philippines and from the International Peace Bureau. I wish to thank, of course, the organizers of this International People's Response to APEC 2025 for the invitation to this important gathering. During this critical moment of history, The APEC Leaders Summit once again promises us in many years economic development for all. Beneath the rhetoric of free trade and cooperation, we see a world marked by polar competition, new imperial ambitions, and the resurgence of fascism, an economic order in very deep crisis indeed. We stand at a crossroads. Either we allow this world to slide further into division and militarized rivalry, or we, the peoples of Asia and the Global South, I would rather call that as global majority. This gathering we have today is a political moment to build an economy for humanity, grounded in peace and justice and solidarity. We see a global order that is shifting. The dominance of the United States is waning. It is in the decline. Trump's tariff war and Washington's current trade and technical restrictions reveal a retrenchment, an empire in the decline. With the continued weakening of its economy, the United States turns to other means such as sanctions, containment strategies, and military agreements in the name of security and defense under the banner of Indo-Pacific security. This is the new Cold War, not fought over ideology, but other markets, resources, and control of the Global South. Today, multipolarity is emerging across the world. China, Russia, BRICS nations, and the regional alliances are rising. Multipolarity carries possibilities of greater balance, hopefully, and autonomy. But we need to be very clear that multipolarity without justice, cooperation, and decolonization, very important, is not emancipation. It is not liberation from poverty, nor is it a guarantee for genuine peace. It can become merely a reshuffling of elites that control the economy and the political power, which is what we see in many countries in the Global South. The question before us, therefore, is not who will dominate the world next, but what kind of world we want and work hard to build together. Capitalism is in deep crisis. It can no longer deliver well-being to the majority. It deepens inequality. It fuels climate emergency and erodes democratic institutions. A very dangerous time, because when systems can no longer justify themselves, they turn to coercion. We are witnessing the rise of Neo-Fascism, the normalization of hate, authoritarianism, misogyny, patriarchy, violence, and militarism. Across the world, the Global South as well as the Global North, fascist regimes and leaders exploit fear and nationalism to silence dissent and maintain control. Arms race, surveillance, disinformation, and deception are funded by the forces of global inequality. Elections happen to provide them semblance of democracy. It's entertainment as well. Militarization becomes the tool that the ruling elite use to control dissent. That is why we must speak of peace and economy in the same breath and depth, because war and injustice are two sides of the same system. The International Peace Bureau has long warned of this global climate of militarization and the new imperialism. Our global campaign on military spending, GCOMS, reveal that in 2024 alone, global military spending reached over 2.7 trillion US dollars, as well as how every dollar spent on weapons is stolen from human need. Imagine if even a fraction of that went instead to healthcare, education, and climate adaptation. At IPB, we work, despite our limited resources, to unite peace movements worldwide to create global response to global problems rooted in the grassroots from the front lines of communities living with the daily realities of conflict, poverty, and ecological breakdown. We connect peace with social and climate justice. Workers and trade unions, women's and youth movements, grounding our work in decolonization and nonviolence, and expanding our partnership in the Global South to ensure representation in decision-making. If the Cold War was about nuclear deterrence, the new Cold War is about economic and technological containment. But the logic is the same, that one nation's security must come at another's expense. We reject this logic, definitely. IPB promotes common security, which is not easy to explain. The understanding that no nation can be secure while others live in fear or deprivation. Our threats today, climate collapse, pandemics, hunger, are cross-border. They cannot be solved by weapons or military alliances. They demand cooperation, disarmament, trust building, diplomacy, and solidarity. Common security is based on human security, not national borders or profits. In a joint publication of the IPB and the Peace Momo here in Korea, and the Campaign for Peace, Disarmament, Common Security in the US, which I have indicated the link to the PDF file there in the paper, we had 8 vital recommendations to promote common security in the Indo-Pacific, which we put forward. And I'm not going to, read through the whole thing. The 8 recommendations is to commit to common security diplomacy, exclude war under any circumstances, instead building common security through negotiation, diplomacy, and so on. And when we speak of common security, of course, it's very important to look at the context. So there is no common security for the whole world. Context is very important where it operates. Number 2, to reduce the tension in the Taiwan Strait. The US, China, and Taiwan must take coordinated action to avert potential war, which is not easy to do. Number 3, declare the end of the Korean War and conclude a peace treaty to reduce conventional armaments in Northeast Asia. So this has been a long dream for many of us. 4, demilitarize and denuclearize the South China Sea. Respect the security interests of all nations involved for the law of the sea. And, this has been a long-standing, very critical discourse in the Philippines, and I'm glad that things here is part of the panel, and I hope that it gives us a chance to talk about this more if we have the time. Number 5, to recognize and support the role of small states. Again, they are usually invisible, but there are models that we can see, especially in the Pacific region. Number 6, directly address the threats posed by nuclear and high-tech weapons. And of course, a long-standing call to universalize no first use. 7, to avoid strategic bloc building and military alliances as an alternative to dangerous and destabilizing global military alliances. And number 8, strengthening civil society on common security requires the enlightenment and commitment of any social forces. And there we've mentioned 4 factors: information, organizing, in terms of raising awareness, and of course build support for a regional and international conflict prevention mechanism towards common security. Being from Southeast Asia, let me say a bit about ASEAN. As the leaders of the ASEAN nations met in Kuala Lumpur very recently, despite the strong protest from social movements across the region at the presence of, for the presence of the US president and other world economic leaders. ASEAN leaders speak of stability and prosperity, yet militarization is growing, that cannot be denied, inequality is widening, and sovereignty is being torn apart by superpower rivalry. ASEAN's promise of people-oriented security is like a house painted beautifully outside but broken inside. In the Philippines, our defense budget has grown by more than 10% every year, while hospitals, the usual lack of medicine, schools lacking more teachers that are competent. Under the new agreement, the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement with the United States, it has now access to 9 Philippine bases. Our government insists it's not a base because it's a base inside a base. It is presented to us, to the people, which we buy into, as protection against Chinese invasion. Yet, for communities nearby, this brings a risk of militarization, toxic contamination, displacement, sexual abuse of women and children, which we have gone through, before the US bases in the Philippines were closed in 1992. Across the ASEAN, fisher folks, farmers, and workers face insecurity, not only from foreign troops, but from hunger, landlessness, and climate disasters. Real security, of course, and we always say this, is food on the table, medicine when we are sick, and roofs that don't collapse in storms, and not fighter jets and warships, which we are made to believe we need these days. We often hear ASEAN centrality, that ASEAN is in the driver's seat. But in reality, ASEAN is more like a passenger in a car driven by Washington and Beijing. US military aid in the Philippines has increased sharply under Trump, while Chinese loans reshape our economies. Even Europe talks of peace while exporting arms. True ASEAN centrality will come only when we are independent of superpower rivalry and centered on the will of our peoples, not the elites, which is the case today. Let me turn to a clear example of this dependency. After the recent Marcos-Trump meeting, a new US-Philippines trade deal was announced. The US imposed a 19% tariff on the Philippines. And Trump kindly said that the Philippine president is an excellent negotiator because he was able to reduce the tariff from 20% to 19%. That's an excellent negotiator. While the Philippines agreed to 0 tariffs of US goods, increasing weapons of wheat, soy, and medicines. In exchange, so take note of this. In exchange, Washington offered 60 million in aid and 21 billion and in investment pledges. So these are pledges, take note. Framed as part of a broader security pact. He's really a good negotiator, no? Trump, good businessman, including the Subic ammunition depot proposal, which was accepted by the Philippines. Trade is now being used to extract military concessions, deepen economic dependency, and compromise Philippine sovereignty. This is asymmetric dependence. Trade relief in exchange for U.S. strategic plans, a quid pro quo that ties tariffs to military cooperation. I don't know exactly how many among the ASEAN countries are going through this agreement as well, but the Philippines is always a model when it comes to this. So expect a bit more in the future. The consequences of such surrender are grave. And I don't have to go through that again. Local industries threatened by zero tariff imports, a budget imbalance of 240 billion for defense versus 140 billion for health in the Philippines. The Trump administration has confirmed that tariffs are linked to military cooperation, paving the way for EDCA base expansion. So we have 9 now, and the Philippine military is actually asking for more. And an immediate request for 5 more agreed locations in the Philippines. And most of these new bases are going to be in the north, which basically faces the Taiwan Strait. Okay, where am I? Even the Subic ammunition facility feasibility study threatens environmental contamination, and it definitely reverses the 1991 Senate victory that ended the US bases in the Philippines. This is, we call it strategic capture, long-term aid and investment directed to US-aligned sectors like the Philippines, embedding us in their military-industrial complex, military-industrial supply chains. Sovereignty is not a product to be traded. Coercive trade military deals, dependency masked as partnership, must be rejected by all means and reclaim peace, food, and economic sovereignty instead. Let me say a few words about the ongoing crisis and claims in the South China Sea, or what the Philippines prefer to call the West Philippine Sea. In fact, Walden Bello was the one who introduced this, and when he was still a member of Congress. And of course, I think this pissed off China as well. Our seas and people have long carried the weight of militarization. I hope I have more time. Peace in the West Philippine Sea cannot be built on bases and battleships, which our government thinks it is the security that we need. It must be built on dialogue, respect, and regional cooperation. The sea that connects us should not be a battlefield for empires, but a bridge of solidarity for the peoples of Southeast and East Asia. Like one of the traditional leaders in the Pacific say, the big ocean of peace should be one that brings us together. So we call for a zone of peace, freedom, and neutrality for our region. Against this crisis, let us advance a people's blueprint. That's the call. That's what we impose on ourselves. drawn by generals or bankers, which is happening nowadays, but by ordinary people. It begins with peace redirecting military budgets toward schools, hospitals, and climate protection. It, of course, redefines security, creating a people security index that measures well-being, not weapons. It demands climate justice, no more war games, like what is happening nowadays. We have more than 300 war games in the Philippines. That is happening these days under the new military bases agreement with the US. 1 minute left. Okay, I'm going to skip. Uh, now, I think, let me say, through that, through all of these things, we must move as Walden Bellew have. I don't know whether he mentioned it today, but he always tells us, that we must move from resistance to reconstruction, whatever that means. Rebuilding economies rooted, now this is serious, no, rooted in care. Please don't sleep. Good and economic balance. Peace must be the foundation of development and the important work of forging unities across regions, across sectors and peoples and movements. I think this is addressed to all of us and building international solidarity. Let me end there at that point, and we should always remember that the power is on us, on the people. As we say in the World Social Forum, another world is possible. Socialism is necessary according to BJ, which I agree as well. Okay?
네, 감사합니다. 시간이 너무 짧아서.
Thank you for your presentation. The given time is not short, so for that. Now I'd like to invite the next speaker, Ching Sichak. Please keep the time 15 minutes.
안녕하세요. Wow. So thank you to the organizers, and thank you to the panelists and speakers, and I think more importantly, to thank you all for creating the space of much needed dialogue, mutual learning and exchange. In very, very dangerous times, it's exactly the kind of thing that we need. So I want to pick up from the new mood of the Global South that Vijay talked about, but as well as this rise of fascism and militarism that Corazon mentioned, and to try to help us understand, I think that's still very confusing for many people, role of China and in this particular global conjuncture. And I think there are many questions that confound the left today. How do we understand the nature of the People's Republic of China? Is it still a socialist project? Is it an imperialist rival? Does China's rise alongside the Global South, is it seen merely as an economic challenge to the global North's hegemony, or is it also ideological? So hopefully I can't give you all those questions in 15 minutes or answers in 15 minutes, but we can bring some more elements into our discussion. But I think that the answer that we formulate to these questions are vital for our strategic orientation in the world. It shapes us and helping us understand the principal contradictions of our era and also how we position ourselves in the global class struggle. So this understanding of multipolarity, or better, we might understand it as a kind of democratization of global governance, how we assess the prospects for building a left project or a socialist project in the 21st century. So I think we should be clear about the conditions, the environment in which we're asking these questions. The dominant bourgeois media that's been amplified by the Western states, their media apparatuses, they paint a pretty simple but menacing picture of China, and I think it's repeated in Korea and Philippines and many of our regions. Basically, that China is a new authoritarian state, it's a capitalist state, and it's an imperialist rival. And this narrative, of course, is not neutral. It's been weaponized. It's designed to justify a new Cold War that is threatening to global peace and diverts many of our resources of our states from addressing human needs towards military waste. And this, within the left, this relentless propaganda sows a lot of confusion and skepticism and division as well. Some see that China has already restored capitalism from the left, oftentimes lacking sufficient information about the processes, especially since the reform period. And then there are others who might have a more sympathetic view, but just don't have the available information to sort of counter the ideological assault. You might think maybe this isn't the right story, but I don't know exactly what's happening in China. So one thing is clear, though, that we are seeing for the first time in probably 600 years, that there is a credible alternative to the development path of the Western capitalist model. Whether or not you think China is socialist, there is clearly another alternative emerging, in which we are seeing emerging this new and renewed, let's say, call for sovereignty and development led by the global South countries, but of course, pushed by the rise of China, which I argue still remains a socialist-oriented project. But as I think a comrade earlier said around Gramsci's quote on the old world dying and the new world still yet to be born, we know this is a very dangerous period. We've seen this with many of the monsters emerging, the rise of fascism, the proxy war in Ukraine, the genocide before our eyes in Palestine for the last over 2 years. We've seen, and especially the global South nations, the absolute hypocrisy of this UN-led imperialism, and it's laid its eyes bare for the global South to see. So as this imperialism is declining and these neo-fascist, militaristic monsters are emerging, I think it's also important that we are celebrating and remembering the 80th anniversary of the World Anti-Fascist War. We can't understand the People's Republic of China today without understanding that war, how the People's Republic of China was forged out of that process, and also how it informs China's foreign policy till today. So Vijay already mentioned, on September 3rd, China had these massive parades in Beijing, 10,000 military personnel. We had not only the celebration of the Chinese People's War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, very long name, but in other words, the world's anti-fascist war. We also saw a very, very strong presence of Asian leaders there in Tiananmen Square, specifically Eurasian leaders, let's say from, heads of state from Russia, Iran, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There was a clear absence of global North states. And I think this is a striking image when we think about the new mood and what President Xi Jinping has been calling changes unseen in a century. So looking back at this century helps us think about the world order that was a century ago and the world order that is becoming. When we look at how this narrative of World War II has been rewritten by those Western powers, the same ones that did not attend the ceremonies, neither in Beijing and neither in Moscow in May, we understand that there has always been an ideological project behind this. Sorry, interpreters, I can't stay on the script. I'm trying to read, but I can't. I feel emotions. It's really hard to read. I'll try. Let me go back. Okay. Where am I? Okay, so of course, this narrative of World War II history erases the contributions and sacrifices made across the Asian front, and in very large part led by many of the communist forces. And this erasure is intentional. It also begins with, where did World War II begin? The Western dominant narrative, it begins with Nazi invasion of Poland in 1939. but actually erases the Asian front. I mean, at least in China, we mark it to 1931 with invasion of Northeast China. That's nearly a decade before the European front. During this period of a 14-year war in China, the Chinese people tied down 60% of the Japanese army, making immense sacrifices. 24 million Chinese people died resisting fascism, protecting the Eastern Front, also attacks on the Soviet Union, amongst the millions of lives across Asia that died sacrificing. But this is erased in that narrative. So meanwhile, those same Western powers that didn't attend these celebrations were the ones that were actually supplying the Japanese war machine. And of course, the core reason was an anti-communist narrative, because they hated communism more than they actually wanted to fight fascism in that period. And this persistent anti-communism is responsible for the historical erasure of the contributions of these anti-colonial forces as well as the communist-led forces. And so this conflict, when we talk about Chinese authoritarianism, totalitarianism, has its echoes back into that period when these narratives were already constructed. So we can't understand the sort of ideological justifications of this new Cold War without understanding the roots of many of these narratives. So as the Chinese Revolution was born out of the wreckages of this 14-year war, part of what's known as the Century of Humiliation, where the territories I'm from, Hong Kong, were ceded in the First Opium War, the PRC was founded with a strong conviction of needing to defend its sovereignty, its right to develop, and to improve the material conditions of the people, and that through that entered a process of socialist construction to ensure that such horrors wouldn't be repeated again. And we see that on the diplomatic stage already before Bandung, that celebrated its 70th anniversary this year. In 1954, we see China, India, Myanmar codify this into the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. The things we now know as part of, let's say, the global south, early pre-prototype multipolar world of respect for sovereignty, non-aggression, non-interference, peaceful coexistence, and equality and mutual benefit. These then were, of course, adopted in the Bandung Conference. So when we're talking about the search for a multipolar world in today's terms, was already emerged with the fight for national sovereignty and independence of that earlier period. And they remain the pillars of global South diplomacy today. And in some ways, this calls for non-interference is still a crucial political shield for many global South countries, as we're seeing increase not only militarism, but hybrid warfare of the US, we're seeing lawfare, the tariff war, you name it, as well as information warfare. Now we're seeing most of the world's, that's scary, 5 minutes. Okay, most of the world's population already suffering.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. We just got to the tariffs. Impacts of the Trump's tariff wars, et cetera, et cetera. I won't go into this part. We all know the story. But we are seeing some significant shifts, as Vijay called as hyper-imperialism. These changes seen in a century are material shifts. They're not just solidarity, calls for solidarity. We've seen the economic engine shift to the global south, largely to Asia. Global south now accounts for more than the world economy than the global north, even if you take out China. The BRICS grouping is already surpassed G7. You can read the rest in the text. That is to say, in economic terms, not only in size, but also in production terms, the global south has already challenged the US-led hegemony. We can see this in many ways, but in the response, we are seeing this compensation for this lost economic and productive hegemony through militarism, increased militarism, coercion, and economic warfare. And, of course, US has made China the strategic enemy. And the language of empire has become increasingly belligerent and dangerous. Most recently, figures like Pete Hegseth, of the secretary of the newly named Department of War in the US, was talking to the US troops, and he said that deterrence of China is the principal target, and I'm quoting him, "We are preparing every day. We have to be prepared for war, not for defense. We're training warriors, not defenders. We fight wars to win, not to defend. you kill people and break things for a living. Here's the very central contradiction of our times as hyper-imperialism is continuing to escalate its violence against our countries and our peoples, it's also creating conditions for its undoing. With every sanction, military intervention, it's also a rude awakening for our global South countries that are now building alternatives and accelerating the South-South cooperation that was already underway. And so I think in this sense, we are seeing this creation of these multipolar, let's call it, or global South platforms emerging, and I think that we can all agree China is playing an important role. At the last BRICS summit, President Xi declared, or actually in 2023, he said that no matter what stage of development it reaches, China will always be part of the developing world and a member of the global South. And this is an important reaffirmation of the historical continuity rooted in this Bandung spirit of solidarity, sovereignty, and non-interference with countries in the global South. And so we have been seeing the strengthening of platforms from BRICS to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, trying to develop alternatives to financial infrastructures, creating the Belt and Road Initiative to offer possibilities of infrastructure and industrialization outside of the Western multilateral institutions, and also trying to create new governance visions, still in formation, such as the Global Development Initiative, to help push forward these changes unseen in a century. And I think I want to be clear here, China's not trying to replace the US as the world hegemon. It's not about competing for the sake of competition or playing into this anti-imperialist rivalry. We have to understand it's still part of this long struggle for national sovereignty that many of our countries in the global South came out of in this world anti-fascist struggle. It's not China's alone, of course. I think I'm going to run out of time to actually talk about the shifts we're seeing, the sort of left corrective course we're seeing in the last 10 years. How many minutes do I actually have? 1 minute. What should I do? Let me think. I'll try to summarize, sorry, translators. I want to say that we've been calling this new era under Xi Jinping since 2012. We have to understand that socialist construction is not, there is no roadmap. There's lots of zigs and zags in that process, filled with experimentation. While the Mao Zedong period helped build the foundations for sovereignty, we know many of the stories of land reform, etc., the Deng Xiaoping period was crucial in unleashing the productive forces in this great opening up reform experiment. But that's not to say that China has restored capitalism. But it's this period right now in the new era has been a recognition of many of the contradictions that have been produced during that phase of rapid economic growth. And this is something that is reflected in the party's own self-criticism and analysis, whether it's around the increased inequality between the wealthy and the poor, between the countryside and the cities, whether it's around the environmental question, whether it's around the rampant corruption that really entered all sectors of society. The main, and you can read it in the text, policies that have been taken in the last 10 years have been highly to recognize these aspects. And I think for many of the left in China, this has been a very important and welcomed correction of course as a continuation of the process of socialist construction in China. If you have all time, later on we can discuss more on those details. So maybe I'll just wrap up and just say that ultimately to transform this existing multipolar trends that we're already seeing into a more Bandung-inspired global movement requires sustained efforts, not only at the level of states and governments, it requires platforms such as this, where people through grassroots movements, organizations, the intellectuals, to really help revive a culture of solidarity and unity through our diversity. That's one of the key lessons we learned through Bandung with the peoples across the world. And as we face these new monsters, let us stand in solidarity with the birth of this new world and push that project towards the left. And I can't end without quoting Mao Zedong, who famously said that US imperialism is a paper tiger that only looks in appearance incapable of, strong in appearance, but it is actually incapable of withstanding the wind and the rain. So comrades, let us be the wind, let us be the rain, let us, in our solidarity, be that storm that washes away this decadent new world order. Thank you very much.
네,
Thank you for your insightful presentation. Actually, it is a little bit tough question on how to see the China. Now I'd like to invite the next speaker.
Should I get started? Okay. Thank you to all the organizers for putting together this program. While I cannot be with you all in person, I'm with you in spirit. My name is Kathy Choi. I'm the Executive Director of Women Cross DMZ. I'm calling in to you all today from the United States, the belly of the beast. I've been asked to share remarks today about my perspective as someone who works on Korea peace advocacy in the US with an aim to end the Korean War with a formal peace agreement. And I'll just note here for translators, these are not in my written remarks, but I just have to say, I know a lot has happened past few hours, let alone the past few days. So my remarks were written a while ago, and I look forward to discussing some more of these recent developments in the Q&A. And just very grateful to be on this panel with these brilliant panelists. And I also have to acknowledge in particular, I'm speaking between Corazon Fabros and An Kim Jong-e, two leaders who have shaped so much of my thinking on redefining security and on feminist peace building today. So turning back to my written remarks, today in the US and globally, Korea peace activists are facing crises on multiple fronts. One, a ballooning US war machine with nearly $1 trillion going to the Pentagon, funding wars and genocide across the globe. Two, South Korea's escalating bids to nuclearize, including by enriching uranium, reprocessing spent nuclear fuel, with the backing of the Trump administration, with a special announcement today. Three, South Korea's growing role as a top global arms exporter. Four, zero dialogue or engagement between the US and North Korean heads of state. Five, a rising transnational far right backed by war profiteering oligarchs that are funding a globalizing MAGA force seeking to deepen factionalism, stoke anti-communist sentiment, and fan the flames of forever war in Korea and beyond. I want to focus today on how APEC normalizes forever war and militarism. And through gathering today, I hope we can recommit ourselves to one, building a peace economy, and two, advocating for policies that center genuine human security. Leading feminist activists have long challenged discussions of political economy and security as defined by patriarchal and militaristic heads of state. By adopting a feminist lens of genuine human security and a feminist political economy, we must ask, one, who defines security and who is protected, whose freedoms count? And two, how are states enacting everyday violence through economic and structural policy decisions? A feminist political economic lens shows how mainstream economic and security models such as APEC are rooted in patriarchal, militarized, and exploitative assumptions that make the war economy and militarism normal and desirable outcomes. So we must instead reveal how neoliberal economic policies and militarized security, with its focus on arms development, sovereignty, and state power above all else, fail to actually provide genuine human security and in fact reproduce structural violence through exploitation, patriarchy, and environmental destruction. In its place, we must build instead a peace economy and genuine human security that prioritizes care, equality, and sustainability, one that redistributes resources from towards human and ecological well-being and social infrastructure such as housing, education, gender equity, and food access, all things that actually keep us safe, rather than arms and militarized infrastructure. So how APEC normalizes and manufactures consent for ongoing war. APEC's purported drive for economic openness comes at severe cost and structural violence, particularly for South Korea and countries in Northeast Asia. The so-called benefits of economic integration are inseparable from the ongoing U.S. military presence on the peninsula and violent expansion of militarized landscapes, but costs of war and militarism are not mentioned at the summit. The focus on APEC rather on economic prosperity and indices like GDP and tariffs systematically fail to account for and thereby implicitly legitimizes the militarized landscapes and structural violence underpinning U.S. dominance across the region. By segmenting economic dialogue from discussions of costs of war and militarism, APEC's leaders fail to consider demilitarization or peace building as a priority, and in so doing normalizes policies that enact violence in everyday people in Korea and globally. After all, an economic first approach devoid of any discussion of peace will always be insufficient, especially for a country like Korea, marked by decades of unresolved war. Korea's security tensions demand more than just trade facilitation, demands a transformation wholesale of security structures and implementation of formal peace agreements and human rights protections. By privileging economic metrics, APEC sidelines peace and justice issues. For activists seeking a formal peace treaty to end the Korean War, this narrow framing is a structural barrier. Trade cooperation goes ahead while fundamental peace questions remain unaddressed. APEC also enables the U.S. to participate in economic arenas while keeping the military security and forever war status quo intact. By serving as this parallel track where economic normalcy is allowed to proceed while the real structural war state remains untouched, APEC undermines efforts to end war and build peace. After all, what incentive is there for heads of state to shift decades-old security architecture when economic cooperation can continue as business as usual? And we're seeing where this lack of peace-building imperative has brought us. Currently in the US, Congress is considering for the first time ever in history whether to restrict US military spending through the passage of the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, on the transfer of wartime operational control of troops on the Korean Peninsula. Congress is also considering for the first time in 5 years whether to restrict military spending on the reduction of US troops in Korea. Gatherings like APEC enable these types of militaristic spending decisions that will continue to line the pockets of war profiteers, but harm everyday people. But it's important to also remember this predates Trump. We've seen that under past Democratic US administrations, APEC has served as a platform that deepens US militarism and entrenches forever war in Korea. In 2011, then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton declared ahead of the Honolulu APEC summit that the 21st century would be, quote, America's Pacific century, claiming that US leadership was needed to counter, quote, North Korea's provocations and proliferation, all the while aiming to counter China's growing influence. In 2023, at the APEC summit in San Francisco, Biden deepened US military ties with the UN government, committing to deepen and expand US ROK military coordination and to participate in new joint tabletop exercises to practice integrating nuclear capabilities and other war drills that we know exact severe costs on human security and the environment. These are just some examples from a long legacy of US subjugation of Korean sovereignty in the service of military interests at platforms like APEC and beyond. That being said, we are in a new era under Trump. In June, the US Trade Representative's report noted for the first time that it would seek to tear down, quote, unfair trade barriers from South Korea. This included for the first time any, quote, policies that prioritize local technology and products over foreign defense technology. What this was an escalation from previous years when it came to the US government's approach to the US weapons industry. The barriers to US weapons companies in South Korea were never brought up by the USTR under prior administrations. And this is just one of the many trade policies that were more extreme in pushing back on anything that would limit profits for the US weapons industry. At the Lee-Trump summit in August in DC, the two leaders signed 11 MOUs that benefit the US military and weapons manufacturing industry while harming everyday people in both the US and South Korea by increasing tensions in Korea, including by investing in nuclear energy to power data plants, expanding shipyards to build US naval vessels, and supplying raw materials to US military defense like Lockheed Martin. And following the summit, US immigration authorities raided a Hyundai LG factory in Georgia and detained some 475 people, the majority of whom were South Korean nationals, and this marked the largest single-site immigration raid in US history. This horrific incident established that despite Lee Jae-myung's treaties to Trump at their summit and commitments, and now following through on the investments of billions to make so-called American shipbuilding great again, the US will waste no time in simultaneously conducting coercive enforcement against workers, even if it alienates its own supposed ally. Well, we're seeing that what alienation actually has come to rot today. There can be no true cooperation of the kind signaled by APEC and by the US ROK Alliance, as well as by the Trilateral Alliance, without a grounding and prioritization of genuine human security that's grounded in human rights, workers' rights, feminism, and peace. On one hand, the US and APEC member economies claim to promote investment, global value chains, and cross-border manufacturing. But on the other hand, the US enforces immigration crackdowns in ways that severely undermine the security and dignity of workers and migrants. Peace building and demilitarization must shape any economic agenda for it to be sustainable. After all manufacturing tie-ups, trade deals, tariff negotiations between the US and South Korea are part of a larger inter-Korean and US-Korea ecosystem deeply shaped by decades of unended war, 80 years of division, military drills, and a hyper-militarization of the peninsula. APEC's economic agenda treats labor and immigration as secondary, leaving such human security issues as workers' rights, freedom of movement, and sovereignty as peripheral. If the US is signaling that cross-border investment is welcome, but then detains hundreds of Korean workers without any kind of human rights framework, this is a deep structural contradiction. And for those of us advocating for peace, we must pay attention in this moment, because the contradiction for when it comes to the Korean War, it is arguably even deeper. The US is claiming to champion alliances in Asia, yet simultaneously using coercive mechanisms that reproduce constant state of war. These contradictions are also reverberating back home, with the US slashing domestic spending on the very things that keep us secure: housing, education, healthcare, food access. For too long and for too many in the US, the Korean War has been relegated to the annals of history as the so-called forgotten war. This amnesia and myopia has led to the creation of a liberal establishment that has failed to make connections between domestic and foreign policy and propagated decades of forever wars across the globe. But now, Trump is openly calling for waging war on cities across the United States. As mentioned by the prior panelists, he has renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Congress has also handed over $150 billion to the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, ICE, making it the largest police force in the country and larger than many of the world's militaries. Masked and armed federal agents are tearing apart families and kidnapping peoples from workplaces, courthouses, and homes with total impunity. They are pointing guns at infants, pregnant women, kidnapping students from court hearings, and laying siege to every site that was once considered a sanctuary, which were also far too few to begin with. We are in a critical moment where the hypocrisy of the US is becoming more and more undeniable to the mainstream. And in this time of crisis and realignment, peace advocates and our allies must offer a new path forward. First, in this context of APEC, we must develop a people-centered peace economy, one that exposes the costs of ongoing war and militarism. We must organize around a demand for regional discussions about cooperative economies that formally integrate concepts of structural violence and the specific measurable social costs of militarization, particularly in flashpoints like Korea. And we should also be discussing how funds should be explicitly allocated towards mitigating long-term impact of the ongoing military land use, displacement, and environmental harm, and offer meaningful reconciliation to affected communities, especially women. We must also develop a regional demilitarization dialogue, organize and advocate for non-military track dialogues that focus on tangible demilitarization and peaceful conflict resolution mechanisms. This is a necessary step to transition away from a framework where sustained economic cooperation is tacitly predicated on a security infrastructure that compromises sovereignty and local human security. At Women Cross DMZ, through our advocacy work, we work to democratize U.S. policy and legislative decision-making through people-powered grassroots efforts, taking people's voices directly to the halls of power. I'm deeply grateful to the organizers of this gathering today for doing just this, an incredible feat that has brought together people across borders, uplifting voices, and organizing global grassroots power to demand a new world order. Thank you.
예, 정말 15분 했다는
Thank you for presentation. You keep time 15 minutes, and thank you for joining in this venue from a long distance. Thank you. So now I'd like to turn my microphone to the panelists, and the first panelist is An Kim-jung-e from Woman Making Peace. 7 minutes. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I'm An Kim-jung-e from Woman Making Peace. So I have a relationship with a Croatian. So especially I met her at the International Symposium for Peacemaking Women back then. So many people participated. And I think that if you look at the photos of the APEC, how many women leaders participating in APEC? So there are so many photos about the global leaders. For example, the leaders of the summit, for example, the Kang Kyung-ha is the only one person I could see. She is the Korean ambassador in USA. The photos show that there are very few women leaders. So the world has been dominated by the men still. So I participated in this international conference against APEC and against Trump. But at this panel, we have many women. But the previous session, there is only one panelist. I wanted to talk about the balance, gender balance. Actually, the woman takes half of the global population. However, still economy and politics have been led by the men. And especially in terms of the war, I think that usually men tend to wage the war. For example, Trump and Netanyahu from Israel and Putin from Russia. And there are many global men leaders who prefer violence and wage by ignoring the diplomatic solutions. And there are many global leaders who love war. So sometimes I had a very negative perspective on, passive perspective on this kind of the opinion that we are able to end the war. So in that context, I organized this Woman Making Peace. As you know well, the Korean Peninsula has been the battleground all the time, and also the Korean Peninsula has a high opportunity and high possibility to be the battleground in the future. So that's why in Korea, I organized this Woman Making Peace. So maybe you already understand why women are important, and you know that women, from the population perspective, women are half, but the global hegemony, from the global hegemony, the women are still underdogs. So that's why we need to encourage women to exert their own knowledge and then their own experiences. So we have to encourage women and encourage people to go hand in hand together for authentic peace based on women. So today, so many people are talking about the security, war, and military, nation, and races. And those are the very important elements of the security paradigm that you have to talk about. But if without the women, we cannot achieve the true security. So usually security has the imagination related to the military force. So sometimes I said that we don't want to use the word security, or we wanted to say genuine security. If so, what is the fake security? So that's why we have to define the security from the woman's perspective. So I wanted to say women's security. Until now, if we think about the security, that security means the military-based security. But I think that we need to develop the woman-based security. The military-based security is related to the patriarchy and neoliberalism and imperialism and so on. So this militarism is the mechanism to control women, so and making women underdog. So during the war, women are easily to be raped. And then sometimes the sexual slavery is also a problem. And yesterday, Trump also said that the Korean Peninsula is still divided. And then it is not peace, it is South Korea has armistice agreement instead of the peace agreement. And then Korea also has the American soldier bases. So sometimes I help the sex workers working in the area closer to U.S. Army base. So sometimes I filed a lawsuit against the Korean government, and I won by the court. And then now I'm in the process of filing USA government on these sex workers issue. So anyhow, this military-based security made a woman victims. So nowadays, so many people are talking about the hegemony based on the military force. And because of these arms races, though we are able to endure the cut-off welfare budget. So the usually woman and child are the victims of these arms races. And nowadays, so many people talking about the military and industrial complex. And this military and industrial complex give benefits to very, very few people. And also the President Lee Jae-myung talk about we need to increase the military budget by 3.5%. It is a huge increase. In order to that, the government asked that the National Assembly to ratify it and based on the consensus of the people. So anyhow, this military-based security makes women victims. So that's why we need to think about the security that women want. So nowadays, the first thing that you want is that we need to remove the weapons, and also we need to abolish the military industry, and then we need to shift these military industries to the peaceful industries. And also we need to encourage women to use their knowledge for the peace, and also we need to focus on the renewable energies and the stop war, and also we need to make people not connect the military force with peace. So actually, actually, in Korea, all men are forced to do military duty, to do the military duty. It is some kind of the factor for the backlash against the woman. So that's why we need to utilize the military budget as for the welfare budget. So UN General Assembly also talk about women's security. And there was the UN Security Council resolution 1325 and women, peace and security. So the women are not the victims and the women are the players to build a peace and to solve the conflicts. So, but the declaration was made about 20 years ago, but still declaration is not implemented. In conclusion, we have many male participants here, but I think that the woman peace is for the care and life, peace, and coexistence. So that we need to introduce a feminist paradigm of care, life, peace, and coexistence for gender equity and for global peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Tong Ya-ping from Urgent Action. I wrote quite a lot, so I'm going to talk quickly. So I ask for your understanding. In 2009, after Obama became president, the US said that they would move the core of their military diplomacy from the Middle East to Asia Pacific. So you all remember this, right? So in order to stabilize the Middle East order, they said that they would implement the UN plan for East Jerusalem. But of course, Israel, which has been connecting ethnic cleansing since 1948, they oppose this. So if anything, they actually expanded their settlements in the West Bank. And with the US and Egypt's cooperation, starting in 2007, they've completely blockaded Gaza from the land, air, and sea. In 2003, in October, Palestinians resistance fighters attacked Israel, and using that as an excuse, Israel began a genocide against Gaza. Francesca Albanese said that in order to accurately investigate the crimes that Israel committed in the Gaza Strip, just on October 7th alone, it would take several decades. So that has continued for 2 years and has been live broadcast to us. On October 10th, the third ceasefire went into effect, but it's not over. Even yesterday, they killed over 100 people. Even now, as we're sitting here right now, they're killing civilians. Every day, the US is violating ceasefire agreements and is continuing its genocide right now. And it's just waiting for the opportunity to restart the genocide in full force. Only the Palestinian liberation fighters are observing the ceasefire. But of course, in the news, it's completely the opposite. So those are all lies. Humanity has shouted never again, saying that the Holocaust should never happen against anybody else. But in the 21st century, genocides continue to happen, Rohingya, Congo, Sudan. But the genocide in Gaza is different from other genocides for a couple different reasons. Firstly, the perpetrators of the genocide are not hiding their crimes. Genocide is not just about killing a lot of people, but completely exterminating a group of people because of religious or cultural reasons. It has to have this intention to do so. So soldiers, as well as the leaders of Israel, all view that there are no innocent people in Gaza whatsoever. So in October, when South Africa filed a claim to the ICC, people are expecting the results of that claim to be positive because no one usually admits that they're committing a genocide. And so usually that's the hardest part to prove in a legal case, but that is not the case for the genocide in Gaza. So the second reason that genocide is different is because individual soldiers are filming their crimes and bragging about them on social media. So the people that they've killed or they forcibly displaced, they'll go into Palestinian women's homes and take photos and videos wearing women's underwear and clothes and sharing them on social media. They break children's toys, they hang kids' dolls, they sleep in children's beds, they ride children's bikes. These photos, they even use them for their dating profiles. When they go on holiday to other trips, since they can get, since they can be arrested under the ICC, they are recommended to delete these photos, but they're still uploading them even now. So it's very, very easy to gather evidence of their war crimes. It's normal for these perpetrators to take photos of their war crimes, but usually they just share them amongst themselves secretly. It's never been the case that they just share them publicly like this. There's no society where this has ever been encouraged or praised. So the third reason is that this is the most democratic genocide that's happened in all of human history. One Jewish scholar who's a descendant of a Holocaust survivor said that the Nazis' Holocaust was on a very large scale, but it happened under secret. So to the degree that even diasporic Jews believed that the Holocaust would be a rumor and didn't believe that it was actually happening. However, the genocide that Israel is committing in Gaza is based on the full support of all of the Israeli people. Is the 82% of Israeli people believe that there are no innocent people in Gaza, and that's from a survey that happened in July of this year. So that's why these types of war crime photos are being uploaded. People in Israel will come out with their families and block aid trucks with their bodies and destroy aid supplies, saying that they have to stop the aid from getting to Palestinian people. They are acting as the military, the armed soldiers as well. They're beating farmers, they're burning their olive fields, and continuing this genocide even at a civilian level. The last difference is that the US, German, and other capitalist powers are supporting the genocide, and they're the main perpetrators. One of the researchers who is a survivor of the Bosnian genocide said that during the Bosnian genocide, these Western powers, they just sat on their hands during the genocide. They didn't actually actively try to help the genocide, so they were very shocked by this. So since Zionism is a colonial and imperial project, it's not surprising that Western countries would support Israel's genocide. However, but once Israel started committing a genocide to a degree that hadn't been seen before, Western academic institutions and other institutions started to work for Israel to a degree that had never been seen before. They are pouring all of their efforts into supporting Israel and committing acts that they used to not even do on their own. So they're being completely hypocritical now. It's not just because Israel is a product of Western imperialism. It's because through this, Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, they're trying to destroy the resistance across all of the Middle East and to maintain Western hegemony in the region. So Saudi Arabia and other, the US is trying to expand cooperation with pro-US countries in the Middle East and trying to build passages, land and sea passages, and they're trying to loot their natural resources. And the Korean National Oil Corporation is also participating in this. And then through the reconstruction industry, through reconstructing Gaza, they want to line their own pockets. The US still has absolute influence over this situation, but we're also seeing that this is within a larger flow of the decline of empire. Even by dropping all these bombs, they haven't been able to achieve a single one of their military goals. Experts are saying that this is the last gasp of imperialism and colonization. Of course, it doesn't just happen naturally. Palestinians are on the front lines of fighting the advance guard of US capitalism and Western imperialism. So they are fighting to bring liberation through putting aside differences within themselves. So we must join them. Let's start by defeating Israel first. In 2003, in October, Korean society demanded not just the end of the genocide, but the end of the military occupation and colonization. Based on this perspective, we formed our urgent action for Palestinian solidarity, and currently 310 organizations are working with us. So we've done many protests and forums and other acts, but we've also been focused on BDS. So BDS is our main strategy that we're implementing. So we are focused on HD Hyundai. HD Hyundai is a Korean company that's been listed in one of the UN lists, saying that they are cooperating in the genocide, and then also we are working on expressing our in condemning Korean National Oil Corporation for looting Palestinian waters. Since 2024, when BDS became mainstream, there have been many BDS declarations. Vegans, feminists, queer organizations, scientists, many people are declaring that they will boycott Israel. So my organization, Palestine Peace and Solidarity, or BDS Korea, in 2014 and 2021, we asked Korean civil society to join us in this BDS movement, and we failed. So there's a big change as compared to that. However, unfortunately, Korean labor organizations are not able to have not been able to actively organize with us despite being a part of our coalition. There's a lot of Korean labor issues as part of it, and there's not a lot of experience when it comes to international strikes. So in order to so this type of historical experience of any of the Vietnamese War or apartheid in South Africa, if the Korean labor movement would join this international movement, then this could be a very important thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now the final panelist, Myung-soo from Human Rights Network Param. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you already received my paper for the discussions. The title is International Solidarity to Stop the Growth of the Global Far Right. The paper is quite long, but I want to speed up to keep the time at 7 minutes. As you know well, the President Yoon Suk-yeol declared that the the martial law on December 3 last year, and then it is a very big shock to Korean people, and then we show that the growth of the far right. And back then, we don't have any difficult issues. We don't have any political issues like very strong demonstrations or the unrest and others. So that's why it is illegal martial law. Back then, the opposition party is 더불어민주당, the Democratic Party, but it was not the political party to be against the capitalism like that. But anyway, the opposition party, because of that opposition party, the former President Yoon Suk-yeol declared a martial law. Anyhow, it is the opportunity to show the growth of the far right. And after that, they still conducted the protest against China. It is some kind of the similar, it shows some kind of the similar trend of a fascism happening in Italy and Japan as well. And also they hate migrant workers, and then they hate the Chinese. And also they said that the reason of this fail of neoliberalism is attributed to other under vulnerable people like migratory workers and women and other underdogs in our society. So anyway, this far right is developing based on the racialism and nationalism. So actually, this far right is a very big important ideology to maintain the neoliberalism and capitalism. So under this global far right movement, they regarded the women and the other children and handicapped people as underdogs of our society. And actually, in 1990s, we also have some kind of the global far right groups, so-called, that they are focusing on the patriarchy. And after the Trump took office, and then the President Trump said that this gender equity is like not democratic. So, and also that kind of the neo-Fascism has rising in the world, ignoring and discriminating the women and the migrant workers. And since the global financial crisis, many economic problems happen, and also many people started to be resistant. And this far-right movement is created to control this kind of the resistance of the people. In Korea, the ruling party and the opposition party, they all the time talk that we were either you, the people, before the election. However, after the election, if any party took power, they still control the people. So that's why the people are away from the political issues. Like Korea, the France, and other countries, the similar trend is created. And in USA, ICE started to control the migrant people, and then they cracked down on the migrant people. But during this kind of the control, actually Vietnam workers died because of this migration office. So actually Korea is very notorious for controlling migrant workers very fiercely. So another time, this is workers also were died. Actually, at the RSL industrial accident, 23 foreign workers were died. And then they could not escape because they were all the time controlled by the government. So that's why it's a kind of the one factor and one showcase of the far right movement in Korea. So actually, the global far right movement cooperated with the global far right groups in USA, and actually Kirk, who was assassinated just before he visited the South Korea, and also Mr. Kirk also that the Korean election was illegal. And then they attacking migrant workers, and then they try to they try to spread anti-communism. But as you know well, we need to be at the balance between the China and also the North Korea. But the government has a different opinions on the China and the North Korea and the USA. But still, Lee Jae-myung or the administration are on the side of the capitalism and the military-based economy. And those kind of the military-based economic policies has similar impact on the people as the Mr. Trump's policy. So actually, I think that genuine security and then genuine peace could be possible through the solidarity and through the solidarity. But still, Korean government try to export the weapons. And also Korea ranked the number 10 in the weapon export country, weapon exports. So that means that the Korea coming to the number 10 in terms of the weapon export in the world. So that means that the Korea is also the country focusing on the military forces. So that's why we have to stop this kind of the policies. And also these far right policies hate the vulnerable people. The Lee Jae-myung administration is not the far-right government. However, still the Lee Jae-myung administration doesn't want to sign the anti-discrimination act. So during this situation, the far-right organizations still developed. And actually, Korea is a very in a difficult situation. So that's why we have to mitigate these violences against women. And also, based on that, we need to increase that gender equity. To this end, actually, global solidarity is very essential. The USA and the EU are the biggest countries in the world. However, they cannot make surrender. So, but I don't think that China is our savior. But actually, under the multipolarity society, maybe international cooperations and solidarity will be increasing. So I think that in that context, that the solidarity with the Palestine is essential. So we need to think about how to make the young people join in the solidarity movement for Palestine. Then of course I don't agree that the China is a social country and the communist country. However, multipolarity country, multipolarity order in the world is really helpful for us to increasing our solidarity. So now is a new chapter, new era of the anti-communism society. So against this background, we need to share our ideas and the visions and the dreams for the future. We need to strengthen our solidarity. Now it's some kind of conflict and fight between the democracy and the authoritarianism. So I think that the anti-communism is related to the far-right movement and also the trade union busting policies. So actually in Korea, this anti-communism is the basis for the far-right movement in Korea. So that's why we need to remove that these inequality issues and also maybe in the 21st century, the actual solidarity in reality and an actual movement is a solution and as well. Of course, that the ideology and the study is required, but the action is essential. So on this occasion, we need to strengthen our solidarity. One country alone cannot resolve these global issues. So that's why I think that today is a very important starting point for us to do the solidarity against the capitalism. We need to be with the labor workers and we need to be with the vulnerable people, including the disabled people, women, and child. And then if we are united, we can get the power of the people. Thank you.
So we have finished all of our speeches. The session was supposed to go until 3:10, but we went over by 7 minutes. But let's see if there's anyone who wants to ask any questions, if there's maybe one or two questions from the floor. Yes, we have someone who raised their hand. Please introduce yourself as well. Hello, I'm a Platform C activist, Hong Myung-kyo. Thank you to our speakers. Overall, I empathize a lot with what you are saying and want to continue to organize alongside you. There's one thing that I disagreed with that I wanted to share. So teams, you were saying that China shows an alternative model to like Western capitalism and imperialism, but I believe that that is not the case, unfortunately. There are 40,000 farmers in China, and there's been a lot of labor exploitation. And during this period, inequality in China became much worse, almost to the degree of the US. The Gini coefficient is around 0.7, much higher, much more severe than Korea. And in 2010, China, which was known as the world's factory, in one of the areas of China, there was a big workers' movement. So a lot of workers and farmers had a strike. So I thought this was hope for the capitalist world. And I did think it was possible for it to be a hopeful new step for socialism, but unfortunately, Xi Jinping repressed this movement very harshly. And so the workers were arrested en masse, and it's very difficult to have this kind of activism now. So when I look at this, I feel like in order for them to propose an alternative model, then they shouldn't repress labor movements. Even if there's development that needs to happen on a nationwide level that is unavoidable, still freedom of speech should not be restricted, and it shouldn't be repressed like this. So the global south people who are looking for an alternative, I feel like this cannot be an alternative for them. So as an activist and someone who wants to find an alternative with the people of China, I feel that if these issues are not overcome, then China will be able to provide an alternative to a capitalist or colonialist model. So I feel like that's something that they need to look back on and overcome it. So that's something I wanted to share.
So it is a comment? Is it a comment?
Actually, it's interesting because also in Myung-suk's comments and mainly in the written presentation, there's a part that I read and wanted to understand a little deeper. I think personally, we are a united front. We have some disagreements amongst each other, but we have a lot of agreements. For instance, I entirely agree with her comment about the far right, attacks on migrants, the question of Palestine, and so on. I think there are some fundamental disagreements about strategy and perhaps also about how we see the world. So in her comment, she ends by saying the theories of communism, Marxism, and socialism did not result in full equality, but contain different forms of hierarchy. I don't agree with that statement. I think that demonstrates a theoretical difference of view. In the same way, I believe that I don't think China is a utopia. I think China was a very poor country, like Cuba, like Vietnam. All countries that attempted a revolution came in extreme poverty and had to build the productive forces in order to move towards some form of socialism. China is not a socialist society today. It is a country where the Communist Party controls the political domain and does not permit a capitalist class to be formed. There are capitalists in China, but they cannot form a class. They don't control the media. They don't control finance. They don't control the political parties. It's complete opposite to Korea, for instance, where the capitalist class dominates your politics. The capitalist class controls decisions about finance and credit. In China, it's the Communist Party that takes those decisions. Now, you can't expect a poor society to gallop to socialism. That's idealistic thinking. It's going to take a lot of, in the words of Engels, zigs and zags. When one says something like Xi Jinping did this, that represents also theoretically a difference of opinion than I would have. China is a country with a communist party with 100 million people, greater than the population of Korea. It has a vast state apparatus. Xi Jinping isn't making every single decision. There's a protest happening somewhere, it's shut down. It's not Xi Jinping that's picking up the phone with, all information about everything. That is a perspective on the world I don't share. I understand institutionals and organizations, very complicated networks of management. We don't know Xi Jinping's opinion about that. Maybe he was fighting it. We know that in the Communist Party, there are many different opinions. There is not one settled opinion. There are debates and fights. Hence, we understand Xi right now represents the left in the Communist Party. That doesn't mean that Xi Jinping is the perfect communist or anything like that. It's just a historical opportunity. But there is a genuine, I think, theoretical disagreement that we have. For instance, maybe about liberal freedoms and so on. I think we may share some disagreements. And that's okay. But we have a united front. And I think to say that China is identical to the United States at this point is a grievous error for the global left. To say that China and the US are both superpowers and they are both inflicting harm on the planet is, I think, to miss a historical opportunity to understand the balance of forces that we are really seeing. So again, I don't mind that our conclusions may be different. You can say, as you said, in response to my paper, that you could say that, well, China and Russia cannot be regarded as agents of resistance. That's okay. I don't agree with you. But we will have a problem in a united front if you say that China and the United States are our enemy. Then we'll have a problem. Because then you have paralyzed yourself from having a strategy. Because then you can't move. Then all you can say is the world's people must liberate us. But people don't liberate you. The Palestinian struggle could disappear in a year. I've been involved in the Palestinian movement for 30 years. It comes and goes. Yeah, I know that, but this is an important point. It comes and goes. The people don't change things. It's organizations and sometimes allied states.
네, 그 시간이 3시 10분까지.
So we were supposed to end at 3:10, but we are extending till 3:30, so we can hear one more question or comment. Hello, I'm a college student and a student activist. Thank you for your very thought-provoking presentations. Specifically, Tong Yaping, during the discussion, you said that Palestinian solidarity movement, in the context of that, the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is now shaking and it is on shaky ground, and it's an illusion, so we have to continue to be vigilant, and international solidarity is so important. So I found that very striking. I had a few questions based on VJ's presentation. So this is what the interpreter said, but Korea is being exploited. So Korea is being exploited when it comes to demands for investment. So beyond just the term exploitation, so my understanding is that this is something that has happened in the past. It has historical precedent where within a global imperial system, these superpowers are asserting their power and their authority. So, for example, various agreements and things with like Western Germany or Eastern Germany, or there's these historical incidents where they are trying to assert their authority. So the $300 billion investment, demanding that investment. So between Korea's ruling elites, that's a problem between them. So it can, so the Korean ruling elite can exploit the Korean working class. But I feel that that's not something that we need to defend. I feel like this can actually blur the lines among the classes, so it's something that I'm a bit cautious of. So I'm curious about your perspective on that. And in a similar context, so it's the Global South and BRICS countries. I wonder if we can actually consider them as progressive alternatives. They are capitalist countries, and this capitalism is a global order. So the competition is becoming diversified or intensified, but can that actually be a more progressive alternative? So I'm curious about that. And I think what we have to focus on the most important is only the workers' unity and workers' solidarity can overcome these things. But I feel like we shouldn't put all of our expectations on this. I'm curious about your thoughts. A lot of people presented, so who are you asking this to? Oh yes, to Vijay Prashad. Actually, we don't have a lot of time because we went 20 minutes over. Could you give your answers within 1 minute? And then afterward, you can discuss it more in depth.
1 minute. The word was extorted, not exploited. South Korea is being extorted by a gangster negotiator called Donald Trump. And your president fell for the extortion. It's not exploitation. It was straightforward extortion. He just stole $200 billion of your money, which in wons is like millions and billions and trillions of won. Yeah, gone. Just like that. See, you never move from capitalism to socialism in a jump. The journey from capitalism to socialism is through a protracted class struggle. In that class struggle, you have to always understand the balance of forces and find allies who is least your enemy and so on. Right now, we are in a situation where the workers' movement is extremely weak. So merely believing that we can advance history through the workers' movement puts socialists in an extremely vulnerable and weak position. So we have to also seek out allies. At some moments, various forces for sovereignty will be our allies. We have to be strategic. So a socialist who believes in purity, the purity of the class struggle, becomes sectarian. And we cannot afford to become a religious sect. 10 people who are just standing outside the factory gate. We are not a sect. We want to advance to capture the majority of humanity into a new society. So for that, we have to be smart. You build all kinds of alliances. You don't sit around with a chemistry set testing, are you a proper socialist or not? We build alliances. In the Palestine movement, we don't say if you're not a socialist, you can't come. Anybody who is currently anti-war is welcome to come. You could be a right-wing Christian, but you are anti-war, you can come. We have to build the biggest platforms draw the largest numbers of people to help advance society. If tomorrow in Russia they do something nasty, they'll do something nasty. That doesn't mean that here and there tactically we find moments of alliance. If you reject a political force completely because you don't agree with everything that they stand for, you'll end up just being alone. And by the way, because Freud told us that the human consciousness is divided, you won't even be unified with yourself.
No.
이제 시간이 많이 됐고요.
Yes, so we are over time, so we will need to wrap up the session here. Thank you for sharing your valuable presentations and discussions, and thank you also for participating from the floor. And thank you for listening and asking questions as well. And there's also many people who are joining us online, though we can't see them here. So I also want to thank them. Thank you very much.
긴 시간 동안 발제 토론 그리고 진행해 주신 분들께 감사드리고요. 또 굉장히
Once again, I'm really grateful to all speakers, panelists, and the participants. Originally, the 30-minute break was set. However, we are already running late. And also, we have some online participants, and then we have some participants from speakers from Europe. So now we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll resume the session again at 3:45.
And then there's no. No, it's just like actually, yeah. It's just there's so many things to say. I have so many.
모두 자리에 앉아주시고요. Please take a seat. 네, 지금부터
From now on, we're going to have the third session of the International People's Conference. And from the early morning, we had 2 sessions. So I guess you all feel a little bit fatigued. And we printed 90 copies of the presentation materials. So if you have any leftover presentation materials, if you raise your hand, our staff will go to share that with other people who want to have our script. If you need the presentation materials, we will give you. I think we have 2 people who need the presentation scripts.
세 번째 세션은 앞서 두 세션은 지금 우리가
The previous 2 sessions was about the reality and challenges that we face right now. And in the third session, we're going to talk about alternatives, strategies to resolve issues that we face these days.
그래서 세션 세 번째 세션
And I'd like to give the mic to Hong Myung-gyo, who will proceed the session. Nice to meet you all. My name is Hong Myung-gyo from Platform C and from the organizing committee for the system change. I enjoyed the powerful discussions and presentations, and this is the last one. And I believe you all have understood from the previous 2 sessions that we learned how to recognize and understand the world right now. And it was a very good opportunity to share our visions. And right now, we are going to talk about with what alternatives and with what movements to fight against the current system and what vision we should propose to the public. As you've seen before, please, presenters and discussants, please keep your allotted time for your presentation. And if you can summarize your content, please do so, because in that way we can have more time to discuss issues with one another. I won't give an introduction to all the panelists out here, but each one will give their own introduction briefly. So from now on, I'm going to have Stephanie Weatherby from the International People's Forum.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you today. My name is Stephanie. I'm from the International People's Assembly, and I traveled from Brazil to be with you here today. The International People's Assembly Secretariat is in Brazil. And I wanted to share with you that I am from Mexico, and growing up Mexican, we are raised to believe that we have suffered more than anybody due to US imperialism, because we lost so much territory to the US, because they annexed Texas, then stole a huge plot of land, And so we have this kind of sense that we have an authority over everyone to talk about imperialism because nobody knows US empire like Mexicans. But then I travel around the world and I realize that we're not unique at all, and that the United States has been suppressing, oppressing, and exploiting all of us in different ways, but in pretty much the same degree. So I think that these kinds of events are very important because we learn from one another. We learn that our oppression is not unique and that it's what we share and that what allows us to build the kind of understanding that can become ultimately strategy. So I think that my presentation really follows very well with what was discussed earlier. And I think that this moment is very important because it's not enough for us to share analysis. It's important for us to find where we have unity so that we can build action on the basis of that unity. So I wanted to start by saying that the world order that has defined our lives is cracking. And the global south, which we have discussed today, which is a vast constellation of nations across Africa, Latin America, and Asia, is bound together by a shared history of colonization and exploitation, and it is fundamentally different than what we once called the third world. And that's one of the important distinctions that I want to make that should direct how we think about strategy in our time. Whereas the Third World Project was born from struggle, it was born from real organized united struggle to build sovereignty and achieve genuine political and economic decolonization. When Nehru, Nasser, Sukarno, and Nkrumah, and Castro came together in the Bandung Project and what rose after it, they understood that raising your flag while foreign corporations control your economy is just changing the uniform of your prison guards. The non-aligned movement, the Group of 77, demands for a new international economic order were attempts to flip the entire global economy to ensure fair prices for raw materials, technology, transfer, debt relief. So this was about transformation and not reform. But the US-led imperialist camp had other plans. Through the World Bank, the IMF, and what would become the WTO, they deployed economic weapons that would make military occupation look crude. Structural adjustment programs became the new colonial administrators, and debt became the new chains. This should not be misunderstood to mean that we have transitioned to some kind of more peaceful and less aggressive form of imperial domination. I'm not going to repeat everything that was shared by our comrades in the previous panel, especially Corazon and everything she mentioned about the kind of imposed militarization that many of our countries have suffered. It's only to say that economic domination has been a key arsenal against our sovereignty for the past 70 years or more. In that regard, Africa bears the deepest scars. Just to give an example, the Democratic Republic of Congo holds 70% of the world's cobalt, which is in every smartphone and every electric vehicle, but yet the DRC remains one of the poorest nations on earth. So therefore, the external political control of all of our nations today, whether through military bases, economics agreements, or political interference, is a testament to the fact that it is impossible to build true sovereignty without some process of integration that confronts, rather than collaborates with or allies itself to imperialism. Individual nations, particularly smaller ones, simply cannot withstand that kind of pressure alone. I want to remind everyone that as we are gathering here today, Latin America is facing severe threats to its sovereignty, maybe some of the greatest threats to its sovereignty in more than 50 years. So while today we have discussed the way in which Trump has placed economic chokeholds on Asian nations, he has also been bombing civilians along the borders of Venezuela and Colombia as a direct attack on the sovereignty and as part of what I believe is a ploy to attack all of the left in Latin America as part of this narrative that the left in Latin America is allied with drug trafficking, even though what has been actually demonstrated is that it is the right wing that has connections to drug trafficking. Nevertheless, this kind of narrative is powerful and helps to delegitimize many of the left progressive governments that today exist in Latin America. And I want to remind everyone that though Yes, in my statements, I am going to problematize what multipolarity means when it is devoid of an anti-capitalist movement. At the same time, we are in this situation as progressive movements where we must also defend multipolarity with all its contradictions. The current attacks against the left in Latin America are a direct reaction from the United States against multipolarity, based on the fear that Latin America is going to is not going to be anymore under the kind of direct control of the United States that it has been able to exert for almost a century. Still, today's multipolarity emerges from a different source than the kinds of struggles and revolutions that the Third World Project was built based on. China's rise as an economic and political alternative have become the main root of this multipolarity. China's transformation from one of the world's poorest nations in 1978 to the second largest economy today, which has lifted 800 million people out of poverty in the process, has fundamentally altered global power dynamics. And China's affirmation of the right to a sovereign development path and the advance to socialism now pose a threat to the US-led imperialism. And I wanted to just add a comment based on the discussion that we had this morning, or sorry, just before the break, which is that socialism is not measured merely by policies and outcomes, although that is important. Socialism is a process of class war. And so when we try to compare China to any other country based on merely the policies, the outcomes, and the way that it behaves, we forget that China fought a revolution in which one class, the working class, defeated the class that was against it, which was an imperialist allied feudal class. And if we're going to compare the United States to China, we have to reckon with the fact that the working class in the United States has still to this date not been able to defeat its own ruling class. And so when we make these comparisons, we're forgetting the class character of the state, which is fundamental for us to really understand what we're up against and who our solidarity is with the working class and not with governments per se. So we have to understand, however, that China is not the only actor in this multipolar camp that we are discussing. The current multipolarity is also the consequence of capitalism's expansion to the periphery and the creation of a new bourgeoisie in the global south. These emerging capitalist classes, while not nationalistic, demand a more equal playing field in international markets and want roots to develop their economies within the capitalist framework. They want their seat at the table, not to overturn the table itself. This is a crucial distinction. Where the Third World Project often explicitly embraced socialist or social democratic alternatives to capitalism, many of today's champions of multipolarity seek merely to reform the existing system to allow for their greater participation. They challenge Western hegemony not to build socialism, but to create space for their own capitalist development. Yet, paradoxically, this aspiration for development, of which China represents the most successful example, is confronting US-led imperialism with its inevitable decline. The unipolar moment that followed the Soviet Union's collapse is ending American hegemony, built on military supremacy, dollar dominance, and control of international institutions, faces challenges on multiple fronts. Still, we should never underestimate the US and its capacity to delay its decline. Speaking of the decline of US imperialism as a foregone conclusion that does not require our unity and intervention would be a tremendous mistake. We're living through a transition that is ripe with opportunities for building beyond capitalism. While multipolarity critiques the legitimacy of the US-led order, despite all of its internal contradictions, the environmental crisis demands global cooperation, which is incompatible with capitalist competition. Still, the camp of nations currently grasping for multipolarity is deeply heterogeneous and often contradictory. Right-wing governments hold power in many of these nations, governments that call for equality in relation to the West, while actively repressing movements demanding equality at home. They speak of sovereignty in international forums while denying sovereignty to peasants and service workers within their borders. They criticize Western imperialism while implementing neoliberal policies that devastate their own working classes. Unlike the Third World Project, which was bolstered by active revolutionary processes in the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, and Vietnam, and by robust mass-based class struggles in Angola, South Africa, Algeria, Egypt, Sudan, Iraq, and Chile, today's mass struggles often lack leadership that points towards a coherent project for transformation. The infrastructure of international solidarity that once connected liberation movements has weakened. The ideological clarity that once united diverse struggles under the banner of anti-imperialism and socialism has given way to fragmentation and confusion. Yet struggle continues everywhere. The youth protests that exploded across the globe recently aren't just about bus fares or fuel prices. They're rejecting the entire neoliberal order. Anti-austerity mobilizations bring millions to the streets every single year. The Palestine Solidarity Movement is not just about Palestine. Youth worldwide recognize in that struggle the concentrated expression of all fights against colonialism and oppression. These movements prove that capitalism's contradictions still generate resistance. However, the decline of the belief in organization, based partly on an insidious critique that equates communism with totalitarianism, has left mass movements without the leadership necessary to progress from mobilization to taking power. This lack of leadership has even been justified and celebrated as a new, supposedly more democratic model of effecting change. Yet what has this delivered? Rather than ample participation and democratic decision-making, we have seen dispersion, lack of strategic coherence, and ultimately an incapacity for sustained action. The state and capital, meanwhile, remain highly organized, centralized, and strategic in their operations. This is not to diminish the importance of spontaneous mass movements or to argue for a return to rigid, undemocratic forms of organization. Rather, it is to insist that we need forms of organization that can provide strategic direction, coordinate action across different fronts of struggle, develop cadre with the skills and knowledge necessary for transformation, and sustain the fight through the inevitable periods of retreat and repression. The International People's Assembly has risen from the shared assessment of hundreds of organizations regarding these necessities. Organizations from across the global south and global north have come together, recognizing that the challenges we face are global in nature and require coordinated international response. We must build organizations capable of leading sustained struggle. We must connect local grievances to global systems. We must make solidarity with sovereign-seeking projects a mass mobilization process. We must articulate a vision that inspires millions, not just opposing what is, but proposing what could be. This current transition of the US hegemonic decline and rising multipolarity creates openings, but it does not determine outcomes. These questions won't be answered in academic debates, but in streets, workplaces, and communities where people are confronting capitalist exploitation daily. They will be answered by our capacity not only to mobilize, but also to organize, to build unity, to sustain struggle, and to maintain hope and transformation. Today, the Global South stands at a crossroad. One path leads towards subordination with reformed capitalism. The other points toward liberation and constructing a new world. Which path we take depends on our collective action, organizational capacity, and commitment to struggle. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. In this crisis, Stephanie emphasized the importance of organizing. How we move forward depends on our capacity building. Next, we will have Layan Fuleihan from People's Forum.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much to the organizers for creating this event and inviting all of us to be here and for the very rich discussions that have preceded this moment. I'm very honored to be here today and speaking with you. I think it's actually very urgent and very important that while Trump is meeting with heads of state not so far from here and doing his best to maintain U.S.
hegemony and grip on the countries of the world, that we are also here meeting as people and organizations from across different contexts to share analysis and share strategy. What Donald Trump is doing now is not necessarily new. In many ways, it's a continuation of the US foreign policy agenda, but it's also presenting for us new challenges. I think this morning's show with the Trump figure and the slogans was a good way to open this, a great way to open this discussion, because what the Trump factor is adding here is a new element that presents for the people's movements and progressive movements of the world a lot of new challenges, but also some new opportunities that we can only take advantage of if we can unite and build our solidarity across differences, share our analysis. And so with this in mind, what I'd like to do with the time that we have here today is share with you some of our analysis on the particular and main points of the Trump agenda from our perspective at the People's Forum. And then also some of the things that we are hoping to contribute to the international struggle against US imperialism as the People's Forum. So there's a lot to talk about Trump, but I'd like to start by just noting that it was during Trump's first administration in 2018 that US military doctrine changed. The 2018 Pentagon Quadrennial Report announced that the US was shifting to prepare for what they called major power conflict, and this would be the cornerstone of its military doctrine and military strategy. When this happened, this change of US military doctrine took place, but without really any resistance or any debate or discussion from the different sections of the US ruling class, even those sections of the US ruling class that are against the Trump administration or see Trump as a threat to the bourgeois democracy in place inside the United States. Instead of there being debate and war with Russia or China, major power conflict would be catastrophic, would have catastrophic implications for both this generation and future generations. But instead of debating this, what the ruling class did instead was launch a witch hunt inside the United States against anyone who argued that the United States should pursue peace, and in particular, peace with China. FBI investigations against Chinese nationals living in the United States were launched across the entire country. More than 100 separate legislative bills were introduced into the US Congress, all of which were attacking China. Not a single one of them promoted peace or a normalization of relations between the US and China. Then when Donald Trump entertained the possibility of a normalization of relations with the DPRK, and then he had 2 meetings with Kim Jong-un, first in Singapore and then his final meeting in Hanoi, the US military and foreign policy establishment united in their opposition against the idea, the mere idea, their strong opposition to Trump's suggestions, the idea of ending the Korean War, or the idea of establishing normal relations between the United States and the DPRK. There are elements of the foreign policy in the second Trump administration. This is the first Trump administration, but elements in the second Trump administration that are somewhat different, or at least have been given greater attention or more discussion. Most notably, and this has been the topic of the day, Trump has decided to use US economic power directly as a weapon. It's not a new thing that US economic power is a weapon, but Trump is now using it openly as a weapon, a method of raw power, even against those countries and even its so-called allies like South Korea or allies like India, directing US economic power in an attempt to beat the rest of the countries of the world into submission. But if we look at the past few months, which have been a whirlwind of trade wars, tariff wars, and direct military war. Trump bombed directly. Iran is now bombing boats off the coast of Venezuela. Even though the Trump agenda and the Trump posture is very brutal and has very brutal and severe consequences, we also should come to the analysis that his position is a great deal of bluster. Neither the People's Republic of China nor Russia have actually been intimidated by Trump's threats in a real significant way. they've also responded with their own strong positions. And the biggest irony, which I want to draw attention to, is that in the face of all of these huge threats that the Trump administration is making to the rest of the world, it's actually the US economy that is in the ever greater and more precarious position. As we are meeting today, the federal government is still shut down. It's been multiple weeks. That actually means that 25,000 federal workers in the United States have been fired. 750,000 more are not being paid. All over Washington, D.C. and in the nearby suburbs of Maryland and Virginia, federal workers who are white-collar workers who have been considered to be the middle class or the upper middle class are standing in food distribution lines in the tens of thousands. Huge parts of the United States are living in or near poverty. US economic infrastructure is actually crumbling, physically crumbling. There's 60,000 bridges that are threatened with collapse because they are in disrepair. And now as we speak, the cities of the United States like Chicago and Washington, D.C., very big, important economic centers, have been invaded by US military forces and federal officers who are occupying city streets and waging a terrorist campaign against working class and immigrant families who also are vital to the US economy. As a consequence, US agriculture and construction sectors have been completely devastated by mass deportations and arrests. And in the midst of all of this increasing economic crisis, the Trump administration has decided to actually go after the other ruling class party, the Democratic Party, and label them as domestic terrorists and extremist organizations. Given his failing position, Trump seems very desperate for a trade deal with China. They just concluded their meeting a few hours ago, and we're getting some hints about what the results may be, but it does seem that the Trump administration is desperate for a trade deal with China. The economic situation inside the United States would demand it. In summary, even though his administration has very idiosyncratic features, Trump himself is an agent of political chaos, which befits him as an entertainment figure rather than a real politician. We would argue that US ruling class politics, at least when it comes to foreign policy, is in some ways the same as they were under the Biden administration. And in fact, it's on the home front in the domestic sphere where the US political system is facing its greatest challenges. For the past 2 years, millions of people have taken to the streets on a weekly or even daily basis to protest first Biden and then Trump for their roles in making genocide against the Palestinian people possible. Public opinion, much like I think has occurred in Korea, which we've learned today, public opinion in the United States that was once firmly located in a pro-Israel position is now irrevocably transformed to support the Palestinian cause. And now just last week on October 18, 7 million people took to the streets against the Trump administration's effort using the slogan that we have on our placards on our tables, "No Kings." This was possibly the largest day of protest in US history. They went out against the Trump administration's extreme right-wing and racist domestic policies, and our assessment is that this movement is going to grow. The effort by the Trump administration and the ultra-right to take America back to an earlier era before the civil rights revolution of the 1950s and 60s transformed America. In our opinion, this effort by the Trump administration will fail. Right now, many people in unions, in labor unions and community groups and progressive organizations are talking about the possibility of a massive general strike in the United States in the coming period to shut down the US political system as a demonstration of opposition to Trump's reactionary efforts. In this sense, I can say that even though it may seem surprising at the People's Forum and in other progressive groups that we are working with and in discussions with, we are actually filled with optimism. We feel that a new day is coming inside of the United States, a day of awakening, and part of a larger effort for radical transformation. We believe that the central question of our time, and I think this has emerged also in the previous presentations, the central question of our time and our generation is whether those of us in the United States and in its satellite countries that it dominates through one means or another can succeed in generating a mass movement for radically reconstructing society. As I've said, we feel very optimistic. that the crisis that is dominating US society on the domestic sphere will lead to a mass movement for social change that can have a profound impact not simply on the situation inside the United States, but for peoples across the world who are struggling for justice, independence, sovereignty, and self-determination. Given the fact that United States policy under the imperative of empire has so severely limited the sovereignty of people in the southern half of the Korean Peninsula since 1945, such a mass movement inside the United States, coupled with the struggle of people inside South Korea, could lead to a massive change, including the restoration of sovereignty to the people of Korea. The Trump administration is trying to do something that is impossible inside the United States. Using terror tactics against the cities of the US, against the Black community, against immigrants, against workers, against civil and social rights. They will not only fail in this effort, but they are stimulating resistance from the grassroots, and we are confident that with organization and with discussion and with reaching across differences and across borders, that a new mass movement of young people and working people is coming into existence. Specifically at the People's Forum, we want to contribute to the organization and mobilization of this grassroots movement with three main areas of work towards this objective: political education, culture, and internationalism. For political education, we know there's many definitions that we may share, but our definition for this is the process by which the working class comes to understand the world in order to change it. With this framework, we are developing a methodology for mass and public education that also meets the needs of an increasingly online world, and that also presents for the young generation a presentation of history and theory for the purpose of strengthening their participation in the working class movement. This summer, for example, more than 7,000 students, mostly between the ages of 20 and 35, joined our summer school on the themes of social justice and socialist reconstruction and the possibilities of a socialist mass movement for socialism in the United States through dozens of study hubs across different cities and with many joining from across the world. This was a really strong sign of the willingness and the interest and the real possibility of young people and the young generation to participate actively in the radical transformation of society. But of course, we understand that political education through classes and courses is not enough. The way ideas spread most powerfully is through culture. And working class culture, the art, music, language, and collective imagination that express our struggles and hopes is extremely important for us to cultivate, to grow, and to intentionally intervene in. Our work at the People's Forum is to try to cultivate this living culture of struggle, make explicit its often hidden role in building organization, and to inspire confidence that when people are in motion, we can make the changes that we so urgently need. And finally, throughout all of our work, we are committed to overcoming the isolation that the ruling class imposes on the people of the United States and cultivating an internationalist culture in everything we do. By internationalism, we mean not only solidarity with peoples in struggle and beyond US borders, but a conscious effort to build that solidarity by building concrete organizations that can wage struggle at home. We are dedicated to helping build a movement that contributes meaningfully to the global struggle for a world based on the needs of the majority of humanity. The challenges before us are immense, but so too are the possibilities that arise when people act with clarity, determination, and organization. History shows us that systems built on exploitation and domination cannot endure indefinitely, and the struggle for peace and self-determination continues wherever people refuse to accept their subjugation as permanent. The movement for peace and reunification in Korea is an example of this, and for us stands as a testament to the persistence of peoples who, despite decades of division and military occupation, continue to assert their right to determine their own future. At the People's Forum, we take inspiration from this commitment and from all those who struggle in every part of the world to create a world that is based on the well-being of all. Thank you.
네, 피플스 포럼의 플레이안 동지가 그 트럼프 외교 정책에
The comrade showed us the critiques of the Trump administration's policies and how the massive resistance within the United States is, and told us what kind of activities that People's Forum does and how important it is to build that foundation. And next, we'll have Peter Mertens from online, joining us online from the Workers' Party of Belgium.
Hi, I hope you can hear me all. From Belgium, it's a privilege to speak before you at this gathering, putting forward alternatives and not the status quo. And please allow me to share some of our experiences on the organizational level and our meaning, the Workers' Party of Belgium, in Belgium. So Belgium, 10 million people in the heart of Europe, with the seat of the NATO and also the seat of the European Union. Former colonial state, still a neo-colonial state. So in the heart and in the belly of the European imperialist beast, we're trying to build a party. And I would like to say something about our organizational work, if it's okay for you, because in our experience, there is a lot of discussion, and we need a lot of discussion on the political, economical, and military situation of the world today. We need these discussions, to be clear. But in the left, in Europe at least, there is not so much discussion on the organizational questions. And that's important, because if we discuss things like a general strike, things like mass movements, etc., we also need to discuss how to build parties, working class parties, parties for socialism, and also the theoretical debate and the practical debate on organization questions is important. So our party, briefly, it started in the 1968 movement, the student movement, in solidarity with the colonized peoples of the world, in solidarity with the democratization of the education in Paris, in Berlin, in Brussels, etc. But at the same time, there was the wildcat strikes in Belgium in the beginning of the 70s, in the big factories, the miner strikes, the dockers walk out, and etc. And so in the merge between the student movement, the radicalized student movement at the one hand, and the wildcat strikes on the other hand, our party was born as, it was called at that time, All Power to the Workers, AMADA, it was called in Dutch. And we had a Maoist origin. We had the serve the people origin. So we created, for example, medicine for the people, free medicine that's still existing today. Our medical offices in the people's quarters, and that have free medicine. And so one of the lessons we drew from our experience is we had a movement, a class struggle movement, and on the student level, but also on the working class level, that preceded the party, and meaning that the first generation of our party leaders were leaders that themselves led the struggle movements. And so that's gold. If you can construct a party from people that have been led or are leading the class struggle, you have gold in your hands. So we were officially established at 1979, but we were at that time also sectarian and a little bit blind in anti-Sovietism. And so by the late 1990s, I will skip a period, our structures eroded, and the PTB was our party, mainly known as an agitational party. And so we used to believe that our task was bringing the truth to the people, and that one day the people would see the truth and thank us for giving us the truth all these years. But that, in our view, is profoundly mistaken. And so we had a discussion, and we said, okay, it is not enough to be right. You have to make it right also in practice. People have to see you as a force speaking the truth. You have to gain the truth. It's not enough to be right. You have also need to gain the truth. And so we hit a wall. We had a party crisis, a deep party crisis in 2003. But it was, in our case, a blessing crisis. We needed that crisis to have a mirror and also to unite the new leadership in the party from some lessons. And so we renewed ourselves in a renewal congress with 3 principles that are still actual for us in this period. I will talk a little bit about these guiding pillars. The first is we redefined ourselves as a principled party, because we knew that if we are correcting our line a little bit away from sectarianism to become a real mass party, other parties that try that, they would tend to go to social democracy and said, okay, we said, okay, we don't do that. We are not correcting our course to land on the other on the other side with social democracy. And so we said, okay, we have to redefine ourselves as a principled party, a party for socialism, a party with socialism as a horizon, a Marxist party, not to go govern capitalist society, but to construct socialism. That's our backbone. Our principles are our backbone. First things first, principled party. Second discussion, flexible party. We said, okay, a backbone alone is not enough. It is not sufficient to be right. You also have to make your point prevail. And for that, you need tactics. And so we had a discussion that tactics are integral part of Marxism. Tactics are an art in themselves. It's not something, a side dish. It's important to know when to advance, when to retreat, which alliances you can build, how to communicate. But tactics are always to be at the service of strategy, always at the service of the horizon we strive towards socialism. And so the path could be zigzagging. That's no problem, as long as we're going toward our goal, constructing a working class party, a movement towards socialism. So second point, very important for us, to be a tactical party. Principled party, tactical party, and third pillar was about the class character of our party. And we rejected the populist notion that was prevailing at that time also in Europe, that saying there is the people and there is the elite. And we said, no, we don't agree with this populist analysis. We have to make a class analysis. And we as a party have a class character, a working class character, not only in its political orientation, but also in its composition inside the party, with workers, women and men in leading position, also in leading position as public representative of the party. And so these 3 main pillars, principled party, tactical party, party of the working class, they defined our renewal process. And it was very important and is still very important for us to advance on these principles. Second thing we did is having more layers in the membership of the party. We had a party that was a vanguard organization, and now we said, okay, we need to continue to be a vanguard organization for socialism, but with a mass character. That's important for us to have this mass character. And so we have different layers of membership: militants, group members, consultative members. And these different layers of militants made it possible for us to construct really on the Belgian scale, small scale Belgium, but still an important progress in our membership. We had 1,000 members only in 2003. We are now on 25,000, 26,000, which is huge in the Belgian scale. And so then we had a discussion how to make a revolutionary politics in a non-revolutionary moment. That's a difficult question, of course. And our model, I will finish with that, is SOM model, sensitize, organize, mobilize. So the first task for us is to sensitize people, because we are a doing party. We are saying we are not a talking party, a doing party. Why are we saying that? Because knowledge alone does not emancipate, experience does. And so we combine collective action with Marxist education. Secondly, organize. So obviously campaigns, mass actions, and etc. they are valuable, but lasting change requires permanent structure. That's very important because we can have, and we have a lot of general strikes here in Belgium, but if we are not able to organize people in party, in trade unions, in mass organization, nothing lasting will stay out of this class struggle. And thirdly, mobilize, meaning leading the class struggle in a very large sense. So the main topics now in Belgium are the Palestine Solidarity Movement with huge manifestations and the general strike against the austerity measures of our government. They are having huge austerity because they want to finance the NATO norm of 5%. The militarization of Europe has to be paid by the working class. That's the meaning, and that is saying our government. And so we're mobilizing, and at the end of November, we will have 3 days of general strike again. And so with all these things about being a principled party, a tactical party, and a party of a working class, and having our orientation to sensitize, to organize, to mobilize, we grew in Belgium to be the fourth political party in Belgium. We have now 10% of the votes in Belgium, 15 seats in federal parliament. And in Brussels, we are the biggest party for the moment. In Antwerp, the second city in Belgium, we are the second party. Our elected officials, they apply the principle street, council, street, meaning they start by listening to local demands and transform them into policies and then return to report back to relaunch mobilization. So it is starting with the street, coming to the council and taking back to the street. That's our politics, not being in the bubble of the council. No, start always in the streets or in the factory. And there is also a cap to the salaries for all our mandatories. It's very important against corruption. Every people that is being elected as a member of parliament has a salary cap and lives at a worker's wage. It's important for us, this kind of principles. So with this kind of principles, we try to organize working class here in Belgium. We have material about our organizational campaigns available for everyone that could be interested. And we hope that we can share a lot of discussions also with experience with other parties, other organizations, also on the organizational level, because I will end again with that. We need the discussions, and we really need them. I wrote a book about mutiny in this changing world order. We need the theoretical discussions on the economics and the political and the military situation, but we also need some discussions on how to construct a revolutionary party in difficult situation, how to regain parts of the working class from the far right in our situation. It is possible also in Belgium, but we need to have more discussions, I do think so, about the principles behind the organizational skills that are being operated everywhere. So thank you for your invitation, and thank you for having me speak at your conference, comrades.
Thank you for your presentation. We heard from the historical background of Belgian Workers' Party, and we were able to understand trials and errors. It was very impressive. Thank you. And the last presentation will be presented by Raphael Kaplansky from the Development Institute of Sussex University. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm grateful to be included in this conference. I'm a South African by origin. I began my life as a political activist. I left South Africa as a political refugee. I now live in Britain, and I'm afraid I'm rather a different social role to most of you in the audience. You're all political practitioners. I would describe myself as a political theorist. I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to speak directly to the practical concerns in this session, but I hope to be able to give you some framework to think about how you might position yourself in the future particularly in the long run, and particularly with respect to building alliances outside of political movements to other types of social movements. Political activism addresses a wider range of issues. Now, my central point is that Trump and Trumpism are not an aberration. They're not an historical accident of personality. They reflect a much deeper problem, which is a crisis in the capitalist system, which has to be understood in the long term. This is not a crisis of the economy, or a crisis in the social domain, or indeed a crisis in the environmental domain, but the systemic crisis we experience at the moment incorporates all of these different dimensions. And to understand that, we need to go back in history, go back a long way in history to the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution in the early 18th century. Since the Industrial Revolution, we have witnessed 4 completed, and now we're in a 5th phase of the evolution of different types of capitalist systems. Each of these waves, we call them paradigms, long waves, doesn't matter what you call them, last approximately between 5 and 8 decades. Each of these waves is driven by a major general purpose technology understood not just only physical means of production, but forms of social organization which go with them. And these technologies are systemic. They go all the way through the system. They affect the economy, they affect social organization, they affect value systems, and they affect power relations and forms of governance. Now, these waves, we call them long waves, which are integrated socio-technical systems, have a lifespan. They begin slowly. They go through a period, and I'll give you some examples later on, of exuberance. With that exuberance, you get a financial crisis and a crash. You then get a political crisis, the rise of populism, and hopefully the transition to the new wave, which provides for what is often called a golden age. Now, the 4 crises which we have seen since the Industrial Revolution, the 4 paradigms waves. The first one was the introduction of the factory system, associated with the core general purpose productive technology, which was water power to power these new factories, and canals and waterways to get to final markets. It lasted approximately 4 or 5 decades, between 1770 and 1830, but the development of these factories were essentially limited to the ends of waterways. The raw materials came from the end of canals, the final markets were at the end of canals. So this system began to degrade. It was succeeded between 1730 and 1870 by the next wave, which was a wave driven by steam power and steel railways. And steam power augmented the productivity of factories, but steel railways also meant that markets could be met at a much further distance. And we had continental railways across Europe, notably across the USA, and then the development of steel-based ships, which enabled the system to go global. All of this was associated with the development of heavy engineering and internationalization, so that by the end of the 19th century, the degree of global integration was as great as it was at the end of the 20th century. First wave around water power and factories, the second wave around steam power, steel, heavy engineering, the large firm, and internationalization. That was the third wave, sorry. The fourth wave, which is the one I want to talk about, was the mass production of the 20th century. Henry Ford said you can have a Model T Ford in any color you like as long as it's black. It was systems based on standardization, massive scale. Ford built his factory completely integrated from beginning to end, and the increasing division of labor spatially as well as within the firm, so that increasingly we had large firms serving global and international markets. We had an exuberance in the 1920s, the great crash in 1929, the Great Depression, the Second World War, And then after the Second World War, mass production became the dominant paradigm. Associated with the welfare state, which gave you the capacity for mass consumption, with motorways, suburbanization, automobilization, we moved into a world where production and consumption became increasingly separated. So we had large factories, suburbanization, and centralization across the developed countries. And this growth spurt after the Second World War, which is called the Golden Age, was not limited to the North, but for the first time in history, improvements in living standards on a sustained level occurred in much of the developing countries as well. Now, as in all the previous waves, mass production went into crisis in the 1970s. The fruits of mass production began to diminish. The productivity began to fall in the rich countries. The rate of profit began to fall. And in normal circumstances, mass production would have come to an end. But a solution was found to the crisis, and that solution was to extend mass production from the north to incorporate the south as well. And through global value chains, we had the growth of export-oriented growth in the developing countries, so that profitability, which had declined in the US and Europe as mass production began to degrade, was revived as the large corporations in the north, and indeed consumers in the north, gained from access to low-cost labor in developing countries. So we should see the rise of China and the rise of export-oriented growth as really being the way in which mass production in North saved itself from extinction. That process of incorporation of the South in global mass production proceeded effectively in the sense of reviving profitability right through until 2008. Now, of course, this ran into crisis as well, and I just want to point very briefly to the elements of crisis. Massive growth of inequality after 1980, the dominance of the financialization and short-termism in the productive sector in the north, growing debt at the corporate level, the personal level, at the national level, the massive growth in precariousness of livelihoods as workers who had in the north had secure lives for most of the post-war period found that this security was undermined by competition from cheap labor in the south. This led to a phenomenon of blowback where outsourcing to China and developing countries then went back to the north and surfaced as massive political crises with growing precariousness and unemployment, which gave the plutocracy the capacity to control the narrative and to understand this as a problem not of the crisis of capitalism, but of the restraints on capitalism. And a populist agenda developed based on xenophobia, nationalism, and of course that surfaced in Trumpism in America and increasingly in various forms of populism in Europe. Now the global order has decayed. The means of regulation which were required for China's integration and the mass production at a global level has begun to decay. The global system, the rules of incorporation are in decay at the moment, and no one at the North really knows how to handle this. There are a series of contradictions I don't have time to talk about. The crisis is surfacing in military tensions in Ukraine as Russia begins to challenge European and North American hegemony, and increasingly it's going to surface in relation to Taiwan and China. All of this is associated with political fluidity, with the rise of new hegemons of China and India. So we're at a stage of meltdown. The governor of the British Central Bank, the biggest hedge funds in the world, are all recognizing that we're on the edge of a major financial crisis. We have a bubble in the AI sector, the fear of losing out We have cryptocurrencies, which are a form of theft, and we have growing massive unequalization, and regional wars are beginning to overspill. So this is a very dangerous time in history. Trump is not the cause of the problem. He's merely a reflection of the problem. And if it weren't Trump, it might be somebody else as the system begins to decay. So where do we go? As in all the previous waves, they eventually decay and they're succeeded by a new wave. Water power succeeded by steam power by heavy engineering and steel, heavy engineering and steel succeeded by mass production. We're now in the transition from mass production to the digital area. And this digital area provides us with opportunities to develop a new golden age in which we can have a synergistic interplay between the economic, the social, and the political, different forms of governance, different forms of production, and create a more sustainable world. I don't have time to talk about the particular characteristics of the digital age, but I want to turn in my last few minutes available to me to what implications this has for progressive movements. Now, as in all transitions, there's a dark side and a light side. The most frightening video I've ever seen was of a man giving a TED-type talk in America in front of an adoring audience, really hip, saying that his firm now had the technology of facial recognition. They could recognize anybody in the world. They also have a technology of small drones, and they're able to put 2 grams of explosives in a small drone and to track down anybody in the world anywhere and to blow their brains out without blowing out the brains of the person next to them. So this is the dark side of the new wave, and we're now talking about giving a light side. The first thing is we have to talk about directionality. How do we harness the power of this new technology in a way which gives us greater equality, a more sustainable environment, and a more participatory form of democracy? In order to give directionality, we have to build coalitions. These are coalitions which move beyond the working movement as well, but the working movement and civil society, and I'm afraid to say, in many cases, with some elements of the capitalist system as well. We need to develop examples and show that there are different ways of doing, of working and being, different value systems, decentralized production, because the power of knowledge now means that bottom up is becoming economically efficient as opposed to the top down of mass production. So I plead to you as an audience of political activists to think about these problems not just in terms of the narrow fight against American imperialism today or Trump, but to think about trying to construct in the long run a new and more sustainable world. In order to do that, we have to build coalitions beyond the working movement to other forms of social organization, and in some cases also alliances with progressive forms of capitalism. Decentralization, democratization, and a better way of life are now efficient. We have to convince the world that efficiency lies in participation and greater equality. Thank you very much.
라파엘 카플린스키님의 그 발제를
Thank you, Comrade Raphael Kaplinsky. How the current crisis is the part of the changes that happen in paradigms since the Industrial Revolution. His presentation also talked about how, in order to overcome this crisis, we need changes all over across society from bottom up. And now we'll hear from our discussants here. But before that, right now there are a lot of people dozing off in the audience. Maybe we should stretch a little so to prepare for our rigorous debate. Now we'll move on to our discussants. We have comrades that we see often at the sites of struggle. From the Justice Party, we have the deputy leader, Moon Jung-un, who will give us a discussion for 7 minutes.
Thank you for having me, and I'm very grateful for the organizers of this event. And also special thanks goes to Trump. The Justice Party has the history from the Democratic Labour Party, and the Justice Party itself has been existed for years, representing the progressive agendas in Korea. And in this presidential election, we formed a coalition with other progressive parties and civil societies to counter the two-party system in Korea. And today we heard the news about the Korea-US trade negotiation. And all the news says about the rosy pictures, but I want to discuss that the fact that the true nature of the $2 million investment to the US is our own wealth is poured into the US soil. That is an extortion. And if that money goes into other countries rather than investing in Korea, it would hurt the Korean industry and Korean workers. And we need to go beyond this humiliating negotiation. We need to struggle more harder than ever. And the Justice Party sees that the movement for changing the system is very important. We recognize that the current situation is a crisis of capitalism. The APEC has been spreading the capitalist agenda throughout the region. So all the privatization and liberalization was implemented in Korea under the name of globalization or standardization. But the Korean social movement and other countries' movements alike fell into a pessimism after the collapse of the Soviet Union and real socialism. So, the government repressed any social movement against capitalist system and defined left or progressive movements as their enemies. So we need a social transformation that really changes the system. And first, we need to change the course of development and go forward the ecological transformation. And the second is that we need to innovate in labor movements to include all the emerging new types of employments like platform workers and irregular workers. Also, we need to build the solidarity internationally. And the Justice Party also need to confront the reality. And we see that the current crisis is based on the crisis of neoliberalism, but so far we have failed to meet the interests and needs of the workers and our support bases. But from that point, we are going to rebuild ourselves to become a more people-centered and progressive party. We're not saying that we need to go back to the era where industry workers were centers of the movement. We're saying that we need to move beyond and to include more diverse actors of the society, and also we need to be inclusive of progressive agenda and identity politics. We need to encompass those identity politics, not excluding them. And the vision for the system change also need to be proved through the policies and our movements. So for that, we need some asset democracy and universal public services to address inequality and eco-socialism through just transition, and we need to address structural discrimination by enacting the anti-discrimination law in Korea. And also we need to implement radical labor policies for all types of labor. And within the neoliberalism, we are seeing outcries of all people. And from that, we believe that we need to change our own social system throughout our international and domestic solidarity. And right now, our youth group is participating in an international conference being right now held in Kuala Lumpur. So they are trying to build international solidarity. So we also need to go beyond the Korean society and work with the global social movement. Thank you.
We have a lot of things to do in front of us, and it's a difficult road ahead, but we'll do it together. Next, we have our representative from the Green Party.
Thank you. I'm the co-chair of Green Party Korea, Lee Sang-hyun. I sincerely welcome all participants, especially from the Global South, fighting against the climate change. So Green Party Korea has a 13-year history and also part of the global Green Parties. Yesterday, President Lee and Trump negotiated the nuclear submarines, and that is very significant because it opens the door to wars. So I'm learning a lot today from our presenters and discussants. And what I believe is important is the vision for another world and organizing the political movement. So my core message in my presentation is that we need to upset the capitalist value chain because it caused the so with that our shared vision for anti-capitalist growth system, I want to start my discussion from the Korean history. In September, there was a ruling from the court annulling the airport construction plan in Saemangeum. It was very significant because the court ruling said that even considering the importance of the public interest that the new airport project aims to achieve, those interests cannot be deemed significant enough to outweigh the public interest. So the world we live in today prioritizes corporate profit over the safety of life and the preservation of the environment. And Korean society has developed so fast and ignored all the environmental issues that led to numerous and countless tragedies, including the deaths of 179 people in last year's Jeju air crash, as well as the Seoul ferry disaster and the recent factory explosion. And we have witnessed the exacerbating climate disasters each year, along with the collapse of ecosystems and communities, and the growing threats to health, food security, housing, and care, even though our economic system has brought sustained growth and accumulated immense social wealth. It is because its benefits have been concentrated in the hands of a few, while the lives of the many, especially the poor, have been neglected. Capitalism caused capitalism is the core core reason for climate crisis. In the capitalism and neoliberalism opened the borders for capital, and that led to further crisis in the world. While capitalists believe that technology will solve any problems, but we believe that we need to be critical of those thinkings and we need to raise our voices against it. And in Korea, from the climate crisis perspective, the public and climate activists were mobilized to change the course of discussion and also to implement more stringent environmental regulations. And in the Global Greens Congress held in Korea 2 years ago was both a celebration of Green Party members from all around the world and the dynamic arena of international politics. And there we condemned the Russia's aggression on Ukraine, but we also fiercely discussed over providing some military support for Ukraine. This kind of international politics within the Global Green Congress demonstrated that we can raise their voices and act collectively. Likewise, international solidarity can convene ourselves around more equal and better world. As many presenters said, now within the Korean society, many organizations calling for the system change. So I believe we can build solidarity and coalition with these people However, there are people who walked away from the progressive movement because of various reasons. But it is our responsibility to win them again and make them be part of our movement again. I, I feel I have not enough time to share all my thoughts, but now wrapping up to provide the alternatives to the Lee administration and going beyond the neoliberal capitalist system, we need to mobilize our power in solidarity. Also, without the solidarity, we will remain individual movement, and that will be our failure. So please, let's make our own and our shared front, like we did in the last presidential election. All the alliances with various organizations will be the drive engine for a better and ecological society. From the streets to local communities, let us unite progressive parties and the public and deepen the solidarity of climate and social movements and build new alliances. Thank you.
Thank you for your efforts for fitting everything in 7 minutes, but it was slightly over 7 minutes, but we appreciate the words about the need for ecological development and politics. Next is Labour Party's representative, Chang Hae-kyung. First of all, I would like to express my happiness at meeting all these comrades from around the world. I would like to say that my party, Labour Party, is the only explicitly socialist mass party. But I would like to say that we don't have a very great influence over the masses, but we would like to improve on that regard. First, I would like to talk about the objective conditions and subjective capacity. And we need to make a diagnosis of these two factors. And that is how we might be able to develop a strategy forward. First is the global complex polycrisis. I would like to agree with Raphael Kaplinsky's assessment that the global crisis cannot be seen as an individual political or economic or social crisis, but it's a systemic crisis. But this crisis is intrinsic to the system itself. And that system is the capitalist system. And so this complex polycrisis is the product of the capitalist system. And unless we overcome the capitalist system, we will never be able to overcome that crisis. And so the question by Rosa Luxemburg, socialism or barbarism, is and remains as the epochal question for the entire world right now. So for the left and working class movement, for the working class, I agree with Stephanie Weatherby about her analysis that multipolarity without capitalist orientation won't deliver liberation. And that means the efforts to restore the unipolar US-led world is one of the problems. But another problem is the assessment that multipolarity by itself will deliver us to liberation. Both of these perspectives lack either anti-capitalist or anti-imperialist character. So all of our movements must uphold and practice the principles of anti-capitalism, anti-imperialism, and international solidarity of the working peoples. So for us, the Labour Party, now the question is to transition to socialism, but it must not be a simple replay of the 20th century socialism. But so in order to have a more innovative socialism, we must be grounded in eco-socialism, dismantling hierarchies and gendered power relations, and overcome imperialism, and expands the democracy to realize its original spirit, which is self-government by the people. And this is the value that we should all strive by. The problem is that the objective conditions urgently demand socialism, but the subjective capacity of ourselves and such actors to lead such a transition is very weak, especially in Korea. So as the main domains of this struggle, we identify labor movement, social movement, and political party movement. But the Korean social movements, the labor movements have fallen to economism, and social movements have been captured by the Liberal Democratic Party. And for the political party movement has reached an end of an era in the last general election, showing the failure of us to capture political power. And this crisis for the labor, social, and political movements require simultaneous innovation and renewal. And the direction of that renewal must be further left and further below. Further left means upholding clearly the principle of anti-capitalism. And further below means uplifting the masses as the agents and actors of struggle and social change. Without these practices, we will not be able to overcome a crisis. And for the Labour Party, we aim to be one of the actors that make this transition possible. And we have to publicize and raise awareness of the people that the alternative to the imperialist capitalist system is this renewed socialism. But as we said, the biggest problem is the lack of our own capacity. The first strategy to develop that subjective capacity is to focus on the public character. In capitalism, capitalism is grounded in competition, lack of sustainability, and inequality. As such, we must replace those values with equality, solidarity, care, and dignity. But previously, public character was mostly captured by the state. But now, the people, the masses, workers and the working people must be part of that democratic decision-making of operating the public domain. And through building a mass movement centered on this public character, we can address the public crisis, which cannot be solved by bureaucratic or market approaches, and resolving this crisis through collective power. I think the central problem is completely remodeling the systemic structure of the Korean economy. Because the foundation, the base of capitalism is economy. So of course, it is important to achieve policy goals, but it is important to completely change the system of economy. And through that change, we'll be able to overcome the crisis of labor, the ecology, and other crises. So we speak of transition to a democratic, ecological, public economy centered on labor and dignity. Of course, struggle and resistance is important, but everything is connected with politics. Securing housing, securing rights are all grounded in the democratization of power from the state and capital to the working masses. So when we engage in a movement, the movements must form a wide front of struggle and resistance. But also, we must go beyond resistance to a politics of building and capturing power. Lastly, this polycrisis is a global crisis and cannot be addressed by a single country. As such, it emphasizes the need for international solidarity. And I think today's conference is a step forward in resolving our crisis, and the Labour Party will continue to struggle in this regard.
Thank you for the presentation. We were able to understand the course of direction the Labour Party is taking, and I have a strong faith in my two comrades who can finish their presentation in 5 minutes respectively. So next is a video from Organizing Committee for System Change Movement. I saw that there was a No Kings protest in the US while the South Korean president gave a crown as a gift to Trump, and that's very embarrassing. And I am very delightful to see all the activists and movements from all over the world who share the vision for a better world. The system change movement aims to change the capitalist society and build an alternative one. And in the organizing committee, we have 3 progressive parties who participating here as discussants. You might not heard of this system change movement, and also you would have some questions about why these 3 parties are separated, because they have a slightly different objectives and directions forward. And this was possible after the democratization in the 1980s in Korea. And Korea experienced the 1997 Asia financial crisis that led to the economic and social restructure. And our own social movements failed to respond properly to the neoliberal aggressions. And I believe that we heard a lot about what we need to do for the future. And with that, Korean social movements compared to other countries have their own strengths, because we always go out for others in solidarity. I think a representative example was the Sewol ferry incident. With that incident in 2014, hundreds of people have died because of the incident, and all of the social movements went together to give and to show their support for the victims of the incident. And however, we failed to continue that momentum. But now we are discussing how to forge a foundation or an organization that can sustain the United Front. And we were also very active in the anti-Yoon president and called for the impeachment of the President Yoon. And during the process, an overarching organization was formed, and that is presenting us a new opportunity. And when we think about which way we take moving forward, we need to discuss how to renew our movements. And recently, during the trade negotiation, South Korean workers were detained and arrested by the United States immigration authorities. That very government the South Korean government intensively arrested immigrant workers. And recently, one immigrant worker was killed during the raid. So the discrimination happens when we try to explain an issue with the lens of race and gender and etc. But we need to go beyond those lenses and forge a united front in solidarity with one another. And there are a lot of fake news generated by the rights, and we need to go beyond just checking the facts or announcing that the news is fake. But we need to suggest and propose the visions for the future so that I think we can stand against the far right. I already passed 5-minute limitation, but I'm going a little bit further. And many people fell for fake news on the Korean healthcare system, in which Chinese are benefiting the Korean universal healthcare, even though they pay less than Koreans. That is outright fake news, but we need to resolve or address or break that faith by spreading the truth and also building our movement stronger. And I hope we have other events like this in the future. Thank you.
Monty must be upstairs.
The activists always love talking. That's what I feel from today's event. But thank you for your words about the concerns and thoughts of your party. The last speaker is from the International Strategy Center, from the General Secretary Hwang Jung-eun, who has led the efforts in preparing for this event. Please give her a very large round of applause. I am Hwang Jung-eun, the General Secretary of the International Strategy Center. I am the last speaker of this event that has been going on since 10 a.m. So no pressure. Everyone has made a lot of very good interventions, so I should keep my words very short. And I would like to say that these days we hear the word crisis more than ever. Crisis is not just economic, but there's war, climate, food crisis, crisis of care, and crisis of democracy. And these are not recent inventions, but they were inherent in capitalism. I don't need to add to what everyone has already said. I would like to instead talk about the crisis for the progressive forces. The people, whether they be migrants or persons with disabilities, LGBT, they've never stopped fighting. The so-called common sense, the rights that we take for granted were not given to us, but they were fought for and seized through struggle. But these rights are being eroded before our very eyes. So what should the progressive forces do? So following Yoon Suk-yeol's martial law, the people succeeded in their struggle to impeach him. But in the subsequent presidential election, the progressive candidate won less than 1% of the vote in that election, showing that the progressive forces are weaker than ever before. So the Trump administration is waging its economic war, but the Korean government is striving to just bow down before the US administration and its demands. While there are voices in the progressive forces criticizing these actions of the Korean government, but it remains far too weak. Capital and power trample over others to ensure their own interests. And our strategy to counter this must be to practice the value of solidarity, which our enemies lack. In South Korea, in the last presidential election, the progressive parties and labor unions and civil society came together to run a single unified progressive presidential candidate, kindling a small flame of hope. So it is now crucial to cultivate international solidarity. Since 2012, the International Strategy Center has sought out the movements, struggles, and alternatives of progressive forces around the world and introduced them to Korea. The progressive forces around the world facing similar problems must exchange these insights. By learning from struggles and solidarity in countries that first experience certain problems, we would be able to build networks to develop and implement more advanced strategies based on the experiences of other places that achieve victory. So for 15 years of such activity, and meeting and building relationships with such organizations as International People's Assembly and other organizations, we were able to jointly create this International People's Action against APEC and Trump. And building a front of struggle and resistance is crucial to solidarity. Solidarity lies in gathering greater forces. When fighting against capital and vested interests, we must assemble the maximum possible forces to confront them. So while there are many differences within progressive forces, our focus must be on finding the common ground that we all agree on. Another common crucial element in solidarity is the organization and network that can sustain that solidarity activities. By creating networks capable of sustaining continuous action, we can overcome crisis. The weakness of the progressive forces is not a crisis for the progressive forces alone. It is a crisis for the entire humanity. We do not fight alone. We have comrades around the world fighting with us. We have seen this in the history of struggle and revolutions from around the world. I hope when we look back in the future, look back to this moment, I hope we'll see this as a starting point of that solidarity and struggle.
That was very impressive. And though we have a little time, we can have the discussion. And there's a question from the back.
My name is Choi Sung-hee from Alliance Against Space Militarization. I have some questions and comment. The question is, when we look at the achievements of existing technology, is it just sufficient to simply redistribute the fruits of technology? My question is about technology itself. One of the panelists discussed this redistribution and of the fruits of technology such as AI, digitalization, and nuclear power. But I believe we have to question these technologies itself because these were all developed by the necessities of militarization. For example, in Korea, in Seoul, there was a report that space industries, space technology has received a lot of coverage from media. But the problem is that these technologies are being developed for military objectives. So if we are not careful, I have a concern that if we do not have a critique of these technologies, we may indirectly abet military developments. And the reason that we have to focus on this issue is that it may exacerbate the inequalities between global north and global south and strengthen imperialism. And these are technologies are at the center of attention for major corporations, and space technology and space development have an impact on the society and democracy on Earth. And I request for all our comrades to keep space and its militarization in mind when we discuss technology. And I would like to also talk about the Korean corporations Hanwha Ocean and Hanwha System building nuclear submarines. And they also have built space complexes for the militarization of space as well. So she gave us questions and a comment, and I think the next question might be related. I am a graduate student studying political economy. Thank you for your presentations. We heard from Raphael Kaplinsky that the directionality is important because the course of development is not yet certain. The introduction of computers the introduction of computers and computerization has been criticized in the past as weakening the political power and control of the workers themselves over production. As such, we have to keep the political character of technology in mind. So the technology that alienates working class and I would like to ask about the discussions within the British society and social movements, and from Raphael Kaplinsky.
Seems like the two questions were directed at Raphael Kaplansky. So I would like to hear the answer from Raphael. Please, if possible, please summarize your answer in 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Two questions and each 1 minute. The first one is about the fruits of technological change. Innovation has been critical, is critical, and will remain critical for the future of the universe, of the Earth and the biosphere, and all systems on the biosphere. We have to give it direction, and that is a critical part of the story. There's a lot to be said about how direction can be given to technological change through the work on mission-oriented objectives, that is to define big societal missions and bring together players from across the field, from across civil society, the productive, the capitalist system, the working class, of course, government, and academia as well, and to big up big challenges and to address them systemically. I don't have the time to talk about it, but only to alert you to this literature thinking, drawing on historical lessons of picking big agendas and meeting them systemically. And the capacity to meet COVID is an example of that. Secondly, if we don't learn to share the fruits of innovation, we get no progress. The dark ages in Europe were often seen as a period of no technological change, which only came to an end with the Renaissance. That is not true. There was significant technological change in the dark ages. The trouble is that the surpluses generated in technological change were appropriated by the church and was spent on building churches and cathedrals all through Europe. And this is a lesson which contemporary capitalism has manifestly failed to address. We have had increases in productivity. We will have increases in productivity in the future with AI and other innovations. Unless the system learns to share those benefits, the system will fall to pieces through internal contradictions. The politics will undermine the capacity for future innovation. So sharing the dividends of innovation is absolutely critical. Directionality is critical. Within directionality, of course, the major issue at the moment has to be the environment.
네, 답변이 되셨을지 모르겠지만 일정하게 오해인 부분에 대해서 좀 더 설명해 주신 것 같고
I don't know whether that was a sufficient answer, but I think it was a supplementary comment. I think we can exchange contact information so that we can continue this discourse over long distance communications. We have another question over here. My name is Park Chang-un. I'm a college student. I would like to talk very briefly. In the session 3, I would like to make a comment about this session. Perhaps I would like to say what is necessary right now is revolutionary politics and revolutionary party more than ever. We have seen the failures of social democracy and Eurocommunism, talking about the so-called third way. Unlike the concerns of many people, I would like to think that the Korean working class has not suffered serious setbacks or defeats since the general strikes of 96 and 97. Right now, the global crisis is ongoing. That is the most serious since the Cold War, and the contradictions of capitalism is exploding, and the polycrisis of wars and climate and democracy is ongoing. And I think there must be a clear and concrete revolutionary leadership. And I think it has to, we have to keep in mind Lenin's distinction between agitation and propaganda and the practices of strategy and tactics. And as such, that is how we avoid barbarism in the question of socialism or barbarism. In this conjuncture, the pragmatic or opportunistic lines may do more harm than good.
제가 듣기에는 이제 뭐 딱히 발제나 토론들에 배치되는 말씀이라기보다는 좀 더 보충해 주신 차원에서 이해를 하면 될 것 같고요. 사실은 뭐 쓰는 언어가 달라서 그렇지 같은 이야기를 하는 것일 수도 있다고 생각합니다. 네. 여기 통역이 지금 되나요? 네, 통역이 안 된 것 같아요.
So I think it was just a difference in language rather than any difference in orientation. I don't think the comment were contrary to any of the presentations. There was some problem with the interpretation, but we may continue. If you have any further comments, please raise your hand.
I very much enjoyed the presentation from the various Korean left of center political parties. You know, it's quite correct that Trump has extorted $300 billion from the Korean treasury. He's stolen 85% of your foreign reserves. On the other side, it's also true that yesterday we were at the APEC site and one of our comrades was walking down the street and a shopkeeper started yelling at him to get out of a city because apparently it's a city of the right and there's strong Christian right-wing social base which is for the deposed president. You have a very interesting political dynamic in South Korea. On the one side, you have all this theft from the people. On the other side, the people are not disposed to forget social democratic politics, let alone revolutionary politics. How does one even begin to build a political force to confront something so obvious as a ruling class theft, an imperialist theft from your treasury, and at the same time mass demonstrations in support of a criminal president who tried to steal political office through a illegal coup d'etat? How do you even begin? And how much do you work together? I know this is a whole session. It can't be answered now, but I just wanted to register my appreciation for all the work you are doing to try to build a political force of the people. I can't imagine how difficult this is because it's never as easy as it seems.
네, 이제 프라샤 동지에 이어서 네.
To say that it's not easy to see it, but it's good that Vijay brought it up very strongly. And I think it is time to unpack what it means. The fine prints of that, what happened, is very important so that the common man in the street could understand it. Otherwise, we will always get that comment.
저에게 투쟁이 정말 중요한 것은 저희의 활동을 평범한 사람들이 이해할 수 있는 언어로 해야 한다는 것입니다. 왜냐하면 그렇지 않다면 대중들은 저희가 그들의 삶을 방해하고
of what we are supposed to be doing.
혹시 그 황정원 동지가 앞부분 보충해서 통역해 주실 수 있나요? 간략하게? 앞에 잘 안 들렸어서.
The translation was lost due to the technical problem. So maybe Jung-eun can summarize what Corazon said in the beginning of her speech. Maybe let's pass. Two speakers gave comments about the Korean politics, and I guess 4 Korean discussants may provide some insights. It was not a question per se, but maybe you have some opinions on
the Korean politics and its dynamism can be seen in the impeachment of the 2 presidents that we've overthrown, and that gets a lot of attention. But for us who are seeking systemic change, just the change at the top, the overthrowing just a single president, can that secure an actual systemic change? That's our concern. In the overthrow of President Park Geun-hye led to very large and diverse calls for social change, which were all wrapped up under a single category of social renewal. And even in this conjuncture as well, in the impeachment process, what should have happened was for the people to develop their own power and develop their own political force, strengthening the foundation of movements. That remains as our task. The subjective capacity and strengthening that capacity and innovating our organization. Unless that strengthening happens, we may not be able to develop an effective response to crisis, and without that, the dynamism may be a little hollow. The progressive politics in Korea, the biggest problem is the crisis of organization. Through education and practice, we were able to, rather than educating and organizing working people, we mostly focused on narratives, and we aligned in many occasions with the Democratic Party's liberal establishment, which caused difficulties in establishing our own distinct identity. So of course we must develop subjective capacity, but also we have to overcome the hostile symbiosis of the bipartisan system and correct this distorted political sphere with the alliance of labor and social movements. So historically and macroscopically, through the June struggle of '87, ended the military dictatorship in South Korea. So it created the formal liberal democracy. But even then, at the time, the labor movement was non-existent, and the student movement was what was leading. So as such, the successes were captured by liberals shown by the Democratic Party. So only afterwards we experienced the growth in labor and peasant movements, and with the KCTU organizing the general strike in the '96 led to the working class developing its own political power to a degree, and that was the opportunity for the working class to develop a connection with the masses and become a fully fledged political force. But unfortunately, we were hit by the Asian financial crisis at the time. And the full assault by the neoliberalism crushed that opportunity. And in Korea, the progress of democratization laid the foundation for neoliberalization, as the liberal establishment was the one leading the neoliberalization. And the labor movement was not able to mount an effective, active resistance to that neoliberal assault, which is why there were some threats and crisis in the solidarity in the working class. And even within the progressive parties, we were not able to develop a distinct identity from the liberal establishment. And as I said in the presentation, it led to the crisis of progressive politics. And this neoliberal structure of Korean society and the crisis of the movement is due to the lack of leadership and solidarity, which must be built.
For hearing from, maybe we have comments from people from the United States. If you have. I kept myself short in the second session, but it is related to my presentation. After the impeachment of President Park and Yoon, it might be the limitation of the post-democratic movement in South Korea, but in many cases, we selected we co-opted the second best, a second worst, not the worst. So probably the 2 times of impeachment played a role that making people impossible to select progressive forces in the election, because and in some cases, in the history of South Korean politics, the liberals was in favor of policies that hit Korean workers hard. And I can say that in Korea, the class politics is not working properly, and the 2 times of impeachment might be seen as shiny democratic movements of Korea, but inside we need to figure out how to gather our forces together. And lastly, if there is a question, we can have one more question. Are there any? I think there is not. And personally, I was impressed by, I have many questions to our presenters, but we have exchange night right after this. So I believe we can communicate with each other, even with the help of the machine translation. So maybe we can hear some last comments from those who didn't made a comments during the Q&A session.
Thank you all for coming. So this event will be followed by the Solidarity Exchange Night. So this event began yesterday and will continue till November 1st. Tomorrow, the struggle will be engaged in Seoul, and the day after in Gyeongju. We'll hold press conferences and solidarity actions and People's Summit and our People's March. I hope you can all join us. And I would like to say that even in the retreat of the progressive forces, I think us gathering here together shows hope. I hope our struggle can be remembered as a starting point of hope. Thank you.
I wanted to just close by really appreciating this debate, and I wanted to say that I have the opportunity to participate in a lot of spaces with different organizations, and the questions that you're grappling with here are actually prevalent throughout a lot of left spaces around the world. I think that the left everywhere is struggling with what it means to rebuild after the working class has faced so many defeats. I think Korea is not unique in that sense. And I think that we can look to experiences everywhere for some successes. I think that the discussions here are clarifying, but I do want to emphasize that we can't move forward from the place that we are in now if we don't build cadre. Because, and the only way to sometimes develop a strategy is in the process of actually engaging in the struggle. It's not like a map you draw in advance and then you follow it. It's actually just embarking on it and in the process building leadership. And that leadership tests itself through the facing of those challenges. And so I think that this discussion, I think, is very uplifting and hopeful, because what I see here, as I'm sure everybody does too, is a generation that is in South Korea that is ready to take that leadership and that is ready to move further from the defeat that it has faced to build a new generation of progressive politics. And so I feel very honored to have been a part of this. Thank you very much.
I don't want to repeat. I'll just echo Stephanie in appreciating the opportunity to be part of this discussion. And I think that it's really actually so significant to be able to be part of this kind of conversation that also helps us understand better the challenges facing the left in Korea. With all of its intricacies. I hope to continue discussing during the exchange night and in the following activities, because really what I think this helps us do is none of us anywhere in the world can implement the same path of building the left that we learned from another place. We have to build our own path forward, but really we have to learn from each other. And I think that we do so by being invited into these spaces where we can see the reality of what everyone is facing in the class struggle on the streets, theoretically as well, ideologically. I mean, we could really learn a lot about how to overcome the challenges that we're facing in our various contexts in the world. So I do feel very grateful and very honored to be part of this discussion, and I look forward to learning more from Korean history and Korean struggles.
이상으로 오늘 컨퍼런스
This concludes the session 3 of our People's Conference. I would like to conclude by everyone shouting 투쟁. I will call first. Thank you, everybody. Actually, everybody, you know that I'm the host for the entire event. Right? This concludes all 3 sessions and the event. Please attention. Please, I would like to have your attention. Right now.
Thank you for joining us for a conference today from far away from Europe, and I'll see you in some
Korea or somewhere else around the world. And also thank you for Raphael to join our conference today as well. 네. 저희 오늘
Today's conference
잠시만요. 갑자기 저희가 오늘 아시아, 아프리카,
we have comrades from Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Americas, and in Korea.
아침부터
And
지금까지 굉장한 집중력으로
and it was, and all the participants have focused so much from the morning to evening, and I think that was only possible with the heart of solidarity that we all have. I would like to invite everyone to sing the International together in your own languages.
in English, in
And lastly, we took a group photo at the beginning of the session, beginning of the conference, but please come forward to take a group photo again while singing along the international.
Please come, everyone come up and we're going to have a group photo. Don't be shy. 노래를 부르면서 쉴때 자, 네, 앞으로 네, 피켓 책상에 있는 피켓도 같이 가지고 나와주세요. Please bring the picket on your desk. 위하여 인터내셔널 깃발 아래 또 전진. 네. 아까 제가 말씀드렸지만 오늘 이날이 진보의 위기를 극복하고 연대의 힘으로 네. 연대의 힘으로 네, 승리의 역사를 만들어낸 시작점이 될 수 있습니다, 여러분. 사진은 그래서 중요합니다. 네, 모여주세요. 오늘은 단결해야 합니다, 여러분. 옆분과 따닥따닥 붙여주세요. 네. Everyone squeeze. 자, 쭉 당겨주세요. 옆분과 굉장히 밀착해주세요, 여러분. 오늘만은 오늘만은 아주 친한 네. 다 나오나요? 다 나옵니까? 아, 네. 감사합니다. 네, 여러분 현수막 빡 팽팽하게 네. 네, 여러분의 인내심 감사합니다. Thank you for your patience. 네, 빠르게 준비되셨습니까? 네, 피켓 색깔은 자 빨간색이 보이게 Show the red side towards the camera. wow, everyone, very good. 너무 잘하고 계세요. 자, 같이 구호 외치면서 사진 찍어 보겠습니다. 네, 1%만의 번영, 에이펙에 반대한다. 주제. 자, 이번엔 changing color. 자, 녹색이 보이게 해주시고요. 아, 저희 승리할 것 같습니다, 여러분. 굉장히 일사불란하게 움직여주고 계세요. 네, 네, 여기만 살짝 바꿔드릴게요. 네, 찍겠습니다. 민주주의 파괴하는 트럼프에 반대한다. 네, 감사합니다, 여러분. 이렇게 컨퍼런스 마치겠습니다. 알았어요. 네. 자, 여러분, 피켓은 나가시면서 이렇게 반납해주고 가시면 남은 투쟁에 또 사용하겠습니다. 아니요, 서울 대림역.